Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Titusville City Council regular meeting, July 8th, 2025 at 6:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. For the invocation, we have Pastor Blaine of First Baptist Church of Indian River. You have the floor, sir.
Our Father, we thank you for this time together in this meeting. We thank you, Lord, for our country. We thank you, Lord, that you've blessed us. We do pray for our leaders, our president, our governor, Congress, and Supreme Court. You'd help them to make the right decisions all the time. Dear Father, we confess to you tonight that we don't understand everything you do or why you do things or why you allow things to happen. We pray tonight for the lives that were taken in the Texas flood. We pray that they're with you tonight. We pray, Father, for those that are left behind, their families and friends in the community, that you would be with them in a special way to comfort and counsel them. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the volunteers, the donations that have been given. Pray that you'd help them in this time. Thank you, Lord, for the leaders down there. Help them to look ahead and maybe be able to prevent this sometime in the future. We pray for our council here tonight that you would give them the vision to look into the future and to see what's best for our city, even when we might be gone ourselves. Thank you, Lord, for your Son and all you've done for us. Help us, Lord, to be what you want us to be. May you bless this meeting tonight. Give them wisdom and understanding to act when they have to act and to wait when they should wait. May all things be done decently in order, and may you have all the glory. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. Member Nelson City Clerk.
Individuals wishing to speak on agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issues, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on all items. Citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a sign-up card identifying the items of interest. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes to speak on the entire consent agenda. All sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to City Council should be placed in the box on the table.
Thank you, City Clerk. Member Nelson.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular City Council meetings on May 13th, May 27th, and June 10th, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussion from council? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. We have no special recognitions and presentations. And before we move into boards and commissions, I would like to take a moment to introduce the gentleman to my right. Mr. Jim Stokes is an attorney with vast experience in municipal government. As you know, we're currently in the unique position of having both our city attorney and assistant city attorney positions vacated. So in order to provide for a continuity of services, legal services to the city and Mr. Stokes have entered into a short-term professional contract for guidance, legal guidance to both City Council and city staff. Now, this is a professional services contract similar to we do with other law firms. He is not the appointed interim city attorney. That's something that can be done only by City Council. And as you know, on the 12th of July, which is this Saturday, we'll be interviewing 4 candidates for the permanent position. And if things go well, City Council may make a selection for a city attorney. So we don't see the need right now to have Mr. Stokes appointed as an interim. However, if things don't go as well on Saturday, council may wish to decide to do that appointment at a later meeting. So I want to welcome aboard to Mr. Stokes.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Mr. Stokes, anything to say?
No, just glad to be able to be here and help you out during this little break in service with your city attorney. And, you know, if any of you need anything, don't hesitate to call on me.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, on to boards and commissions.
Sir, we're moving on to boards and commissions. 6A is the Titusville Cocoa Airport Authority. And as soon as I find it. And the action is to appoint 1 regular member to the Titusville Cocoa Airport Authority for a term to expire on July 11th, 2028. And we have 1 applicant, Mr. Ken Ward, and current incumbent Roger Molitor does not wish to be reappointed.
Thank you very much, City Manager. City Clerk, are there any cards on the matter? No, sir. Is Ken Ward here?
I don't see him here.
Not seeing him. All right. Any discussion from council? Any motion to be made? Member Nelson?
I would move to appoint Ken Ward as a regular member to the Titusville Cocoa Airport Authority.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further discussion from council? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Moving on to 6B is the Titusville Environmental Commission Semi-Annual Report, and Laura Lee Thompson is here to present that.
Hi, y'all. Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. So your environmental commission, as usual, stays very, very busy, and you've got a list here, but I'll add a little bit of comments on some of the stuff. One of the things that's different is we voted to move our officer election to January because we almost had a big mess this year because the TEC members had not been appointed, yet they had voted for officers. So had we voted for an officer that didn't get reappointed, it could have been upsetting. So we wanted to move our officer elections to January. The urban forestry and tree ordinances, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. I'm going to start with the synthetic landscaping materials ban. Well, it doesn't matter now because the Florida legislature took care of that. So I imagine there's going to be lots of synthetic grass all over the state. The Native Municipal Tree Canopy and Landscape Management Trust Fund, we need a dedicated funding for our urban forestry program, and so that we can hire a real urban forestry person. I know that we have a couple of people that have like licenses that are on the planning department staff, but they have their own work that they are doing. And so they can't dedicate all of their time towards working on an urban forest. And it's going to take a full-time job for somebody, you know, to help us get our urban forestry established. So we were working on that, but that's just going to get pushed on. It's probably going to be months, and we'll see what happens. The 330-300 rule, that is a guideline for urban forestry that promotes equitable access to nature and its associated health benefits. So it suggests that every person should be able to see at least 3 trees from their home and live in a neighborhood with at least a 30% tree canopy cover and have access to a high-quality green space within 300 meters of where they live. So this enhanced visual connection with nature will, from somebody's home or their school or their workplace, will reduce stress and improve mental well-being for people. The 30% level of tree cover is associated with various health benefits, including less mortality during heat waves, improved sleep, reduced stress, and prevention of heart disease. And those statistics come from the U.S. Forest Service Research and Development Department. Access to high-quality well-maintained green space is considered crucial for promoting physical activity, social interaction, and overall well-being for our citizens. Fluoride in drinking water. We spent two meetings at least talking about that, and we voted to do away with it. But then the Florida legislature came along and voted the same way we did, actually. So it's irrelevant now. The fountain functionality and aerators. We had quite a bit of discussion on converting fountains to aerators and stormwater ponds. But Sandra Reller has been way ahead of us and confirmed that there's only one fountain left in one of the city ponds, and that's at the senior center pond. They don't have an aerator there, so Public Works is seeking a grant for installation of an aerator in the senior center pond too. We had some discussion on the Urban 3 report, that's what I handed out to you guys. It's that 1,000 Friends of Florida report that addresses sprawl, density, and tree preservation, to have a better community. And then during our February meeting, and we actually spent several meetings before February, but we reviewed the draft Natural Resources Public Engagement Report that you guys were kind enough to hire some really good consultants to help us out with that report, and you've approved it. So I just want to say thank you for that. Now the TEC actually has a plan to work from, which we have desperately needed. Public outreach, the TEC voted to support the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation during their February meeting. So how did we do on that, Mr. Mayor? I know that was something that was fond, you were fond of that.
I have no idea how the results went.
We don't either. Okay, well, we supported you. That's the main part. We supported
I
you.
It was just about raising awareness, right?
Yeah. So, so finally, I want to get back to the ordinances on like the critical root zone and multifamily, the tree canopy and multifamily developments, and the 50% requirement to have native landscaping, and 50% of the landscaping in new developments be native plants. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of heartburn over the 50% use of native plants. It's actually could, be really, really good. Critical root zone, seems like there's some commenting on the critical root zone, so we'll see where that goes. And then the multifamily canopy. So, the TEC had asked for a workshop, and we thought we were going to get a nice workshop where staff and TEC and the public could all work together and talk about these three ordinances. But instead, we ended up with a staff presentation at the 5:30 meeting on January 22nd. And we're happy about that. I'm not complaining. We're very happy about that. However, we respectfully request the ability not to have to wait until petitions and requests for TEC members to be able to comment. We would like to be able to comment at that agenda item. So at the special presentation meetings, you don't take comment cards for the different agenda items. We would like for you to make an exception for us so that we can make our comments along with the presentation that staff is doing so that you can hear our comments before you guys start your discussion. And that's my humble request. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laura Lee. Any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. Appreciate you coming
What about
back.
our humble request?
Well, we'll take it up. We'll
So-
have a conversation about it.
Okay, well, it would be helpful, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It would be helpful if we knew the answer before the TEC meeting tomorrow night.
Right.
Because if we are allowed to do that, we would kind of like to work on what we're going to say.
Member
Thank you.
Nelson?
Laura Lee. So would it work where when staff was doing a presentation, say TEC had 5 minutes to make their comments?
I'm not sure who's going to comment. I mean, we would be limited to 3 minutes per person if we wait until petitions and requests. We're just asking if we can make our 3-minute comments at the time, either before or after staff does their presentation, just so that you know what our thoughts are as TEC members before you start your discussion.
And you're talking
So-
specifically at special meetings, the special
Yes.
5:30 meetings.
Right, yeah, the 5:30 meeting.
And not to interrupt, but just maybe a suggestion is, council at any time could alter the rules, by a vote of council. So, if there was a particular item that TEC felt strongly about, they could ask council to, give them that time at that particular meeting.
That would work. I mean, basically, it would be you standing up or making yourself known to one of us and saying, on this particular item, we would like to speak.
So I just jump up out of the audience and say, we
No,
want
before the meeting, because the agenda is
Before.
ahead of time. Because if we make the rule across the board at every petition or special presentations meeting, not every presentations meeting is TEC action items.
right.
Yeah, so.
No, we're just asking for this one time.
And that would be related to these items?
Yes, that would be related to the 3 ordinances. The thing that you're getting the special presentation from staff about.
I wouldn't have heartburn. I would say have one person speak as opposed to having 10 people speak. Say,
Well, we don't
use-
have 10 members, so
Oh.
you're not going to get 10. You'll be
But
lucky
like-
to get 3 or 4 of us.
Say, give Lauralee 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and say, sort of gather everybody's thoughts up and let us know.
Thank you
That
very-
would be my suggestion.
Sorry, Member Nelson, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Excuse me.
I saw the light flick off, but it was actually Member Stokel. Did you have something?
Yeah, I was saying, just to clarify, Laura, I think what they're saying is typically if we have a large agenda item where a lot of people show up at that meeting, we will amend the rules and say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and give 2 people 30 minutes to speak versus having everybody speak 3 minutes. So I think what I'm hearing, you probably have a consensus is at that meeting, when we have that agenda item, we can then say, as council, take a vote and say, oh, we had 4 members show up or we had 3, let's go ahead and give them 10 or 15 minutes, whatever you guys needed to speak on that item during that meeting.
Okay, and so how do I just raise my hand? How do I get recognized to be able to?
Well, so once the agenda's
Ask.
out, so as you're making this request, and that's what typically what happened on prior items, we knew that people were interested in this. And so then one of us would make the motion during that meeting because we know in advance that this is something that you all wanted to speak on.
Okay.
So we would just need to know, so once you have your meeting tomorrow, if you guys want to gather and say who will be there, who can speak, how much time do we need, then you can let us know that, and then
Okay.
we'll make that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Lee. Anything else? City Manager?
Moving on to 6C is the recognition of historic structures without designations. And we have a member of the Historic Preservation Board, Tony Schiffler, will give a brief presentation and announce the winners.
Schiffalo, the historic Norwood House. The Recognition Without Designation program is a new initiative by your award-winning Advisory Historic Preservation Board. It calls for nominations and selection of notable historic, at least 50 years old structures that have been maintained and used in their traditional configuration. The intent is to acknowledge the owner's values for older buildings and to create in the public an awareness of local history to spur an appreciation for old places. Also, we hope to encourage the owners to pursue historic designation to further protect their properties. Recognition Without Designation was developed by your award-winning Advisory Historic Preservation Board based on an idea I brought back from the National Alliance of Preservation Commission's 2024 conference, where I represented the city of Titusville and your Historic Preservation Board. At the HPB annual workshop for the public, we made the inaugural presentation for 2 residential homes, 1200 Riverside Drive, owned and maintained by Rena Singleton, and 806 Olive Avenue in Joinerville, owned and maintained by Clyde Dandridge, and 2 legacy businesses, the Moonlight Drive-In, especially noted for their classic neon sign, and the Launch Now for rehabbing to its former splendor the old hotel and bank building on the corner of Washington and Main Street. Next year, we hope to have citizen nominations and much more participation from owners of historic structures. As the program goes, we hope it develops a lot of momentum. So I want to thank you, Council, for the opportunity to serve citizens of Titusville by your Historic Preservation Board. We're very active, and we really love old things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schiffelow. All right, City Manager?
Yes, sir, we have petitions and requests.
All right, petitions and requests from the public, non-agenda items.
Well, Case St. Ange, Maryland Avenue. On June 18, 70 children from the Isaac Campbell Community Center's summer program planted 30 native live oaks and wax myrtles in their park with the help of 25 volunteers. The mayor, city council member Jolynn Nelson, and Megan Moscoso lent their support. Thank you very much. The children were enthusiastic about this project, eagerly seizing shovels and digging holes to plant the trees. Some mentioned they had never held a shovel before. Within an hour, all 30 trees were planted, mulched, and watered. 4-foot-tall bamboo stakes mark each tree with a bright orange flag to help maintenance workers mow around, not over the trees. And I went and looked at them just today, and they're doing just great. That event was organized by the Titusville Tree Team. Now the Titusville Tree Team seeks your permission for a tree planting event at the Blue Hole Park on Cheney Avenue, which is a city park. Parks and Recreation is agreeable with the idea for us to plant 20 live oaks and 40 bald cypress at this park. We ask your approval tonight to move forward with this plan to plant 60 trees at Blue Hole Park at no expense to the city or the county. We hope to have the event Saturday, August 2nd, not October, August 2nd at 9 o'clock. Do we have your approval for this tree planting event?
Are you yielding the rest of your time? So that
I am yielding my time, so hopefully I can find the answer and move forward, because it's only a couple weeks away from now. We have to plant trees in the rainy season, and so for us to do another one, we have to jump on it, and so that they will be established by the time the rain all of a sudden stops, as you know, which it does. So we are asking your approval tonight, if you would, please.
Thank you very much. Member Nelson.
Well, you know, I love the idea. My question, though, is that is hurricane season.
Yes?
Do we want to do it during hurricane season?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And that is when the rain falls. If we wait until the hurricane season is over, then the rain will not be falling, and we will be responsible for watering these trees twice a week. And with it raining, we don't have to do that. It's been raining enough that we don't have to water the trees. But I do have a backup plan. If it stops raining for the first 2 months, I will make sure the trees get watered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Council will continue to discuss.
Okay.
Member Stoko?
Yes, I like trees and I like hearing no cost. My question would be for staff. Do we have any concerns with this? Anything that we need to consider?
I've just been informed that that's a county park.
Okay, so.
So yes,
Oh,
we give
nice.
you permission to put trees on their park.
So we will give you.
If they said it's our park, then plant trees.
All right, so-
the county park and I don't need your permission?
apparently not.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
See, we took care of it, so. All right, thank you, Ms. Kay. Petitions and requests, non-agenda items?
For the record, my name is Dwight Severs, a resident of Titusville. This is the second time I've appeared before this council since the election in November. Tonight, my first item I'd like to mention is the celebration of the 8th anniversary of the long-awaited space splash pad in Titusville. Because of my church and 40 Days of Generosity, the Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, and many other clubs, business, churches, and individuals in the city, we were able to construct and dedicate on July 10th, 2017, the splash pad. Because of my belief in giving back to the community, my wife and I donated $50,000 to the city for the construction of the splash pad in memory of our son and the benefit of the children and people of Titusville and surrounding area. I have provided you a copy of a news article at the time reflecting some of my family on the first page and the photographs at the dedication. I also have included a dedication agreement and one copy of an exhibit attached. I call your attention to paragraph 4 of the agreement that was signed between myself and the city council about the use of this splash pad. We currently frequent the splash pad with our 4-year-old grandson, who's named after our son who was deceased. I see the pad needs obvious maintenance. It is frequented by parents, grandparents, young children, including expectant mothers, children, adults with disabilities, enjoying the streaming water, all sitting in 90-degree temperatures. The 4 shade structures which were positioned there do not accommodate or provide adequate shading there at the pad, and frankly, they're mislocated and not pursuant to a lot of the original design as I thought it was going to be built. I respectfully suggest and ask that during the budgeting process that you make sure you're committed and honor the donor's agreement and honor your commitment. You have virtually no citizen type of benefits like this at parks, and do it right. You don't have to hire a consultant to do this. Secondly, you're in a crossroads of hiring a new city manager, city attorney. And based upon my years of experience with the city, I'd be more than glad to participate or provide information or background and work with anybody. And finally, I would simply like to sum up and simply say, as a firm believer, could I finish?
I can't give you extra time, Mr.
Okay.
Severs. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Member Nelson?
Mr. Abate, can Public Works maybe look at this, come up with a budget for the next budget year on what needs to be done?
Yeah, we can take a look at it.
Okay.
Let me ask a question.
Vice Mayor Cole?
When we did this, because my Rotary Club was a part of that, I thought Parks and Recs, no, it was turned over to us. Okay.
Rebuilt.
Okay.
Rebuilt.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Kathleen O'Rourke, Titusville resident. I see this Saturday you have a final review of the applications for the city attorney. The selection of this next city attorney is crucial and important, and given recent events in Titusville, we need to apply higher standards than have been evident in the past. While Attorney Richard Broom was in the role, there was documented election interference in the last mayoral election, an illegal video by Chief Lau speaking out against Ms. Conklin, a candidate in the mayoral race, collusion between Andrew and Chief Lau in creating a sting election, which allowed Andrew to steal the election, following by hiring at taxpayer expense outside counsel to determine how to subvert the subpoena issued by Ms. Conklin's attorney to obtain those records. And after Mr. Broom's retirement, things went from bad to worse, with Chelsea Farrell, the acting attorney, creating a sting operation of her own in an attempt to entrap a fellow city council member using fake public records requests. Chelsea resigned in the first month of service to avoid being fired. The list goes on, but I only have 3 minutes. Despite the fact that your job at council members is to serve the citizens, and those same citizens have requested involvement in the selection of city attorney, you have all but ignored our request. Basically, if you were my students, I'd give 4 of the 5 of you an F. And rather than actively encouraging the citizens, you've done next to nothing to support us. Your activities for Saturday give the community, at best, a token opportunity to attend the meeting and express their opinions, which you may most likely ignore as you have done in the past. That would be inexcusable. But unfortunately, it's understandable, because most of you, with the exception of Megan, have had your election funded by developers, special interest groups, and lobbyists. And it's clear that a pro-developer attorney would be the wish of these people. It would not, however, be the wish of your constituents. One applicant, Jennifer Cockcroft, is of greatest concern to me. Her prior pro-development work, along with a reference from a well-known, clearly pro-developer attorney, is evidence of how well these campaign donations may pay off for a certain lobbyist who donated heavily to your campaigns. You know who I'm referring to. We will be carefully watching to evaluate if you understand your role to be that of serving the citizens, or if you have been bought off by the lobbyist who has repeatedly stated that he counts to 3 for a living. Saturday will be your opportunity to correct these obvious problems. The decisions you are making in this appointment will have a significant impact on the decisions we are making about future political races.
Thank you.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. This is my very first time up here, so I am a little nervous. My name's Mary Harvey. I live in Titusville, Florida. I've been here since 1979. And the reason I'm here tonight is I'm here tonight out of growing concern how our public meetings are managed. I could name names, but I won't stoop to that level. Still, the truth is clear. A small group of attendees continue to be consistently disruptive, yelling, pounding the podium, spreading misinformation, and turning disagreement into personal attacks. Public comments are essential, but it also needs to be respectful. Lately, it feels like the goal isn't civic participation, it's performance. One council member has even referred to these meetings as entertainment, encouraging others to bring popcorn. This kind of attitude invites more disrespect and discourages the average resident from participating. There have been repeated claims that free speech is being violated, but a review of past meetings shows a consistent pattern, individuals going off topic and refusing to follow basic procedures. That's not censorship, it's order. We can support free speech without tolerating slander, bullying, or deliberate disruption. Some residents have started calling these meetings a circus, and sadly, that's exactly what it's become. That's not democratic dialogue, it's harassment. And I, for one, am over what's going on here. So here's my ask, not to count just council, but to the community. The citizens, we need to start coming to these meetings. We need to watch them on YouTube if you can't make it to the meetings, see what's really happening in this room. It's appalling. The council, I respectfully urge you to take action, which I'm not quite sure. I know you'd have public petitions and requests in the beginning and at the end. I don't know if it's somewhere in our laws that says that you have to have 2, but you guys can't get any business done because the same group continues to cause chaos here. People are even scared to get up here and speak because of this group. Stop filming or highlighting audience members who are not part of the discussion. Recite and enforce the rules of decorum clearly at every meeting. When they're broken, cut the mic. No questions asked.
Order.
No, it's not when I'm up there speaking. No, you keep going that way.
Hey, order.
I want my minute back. Yes, keep going and it'll be 2. Idiots. This is what, Megan, you're the one that continues to, why did you make, and you never answer. When I send you an email, you don't ever request, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Mary. So this is not how this meeting is going to go. This is not how this meeting is going to go. If anybody talks over another person when they have the floor, I will ask them to leave. We are not going to get into this. Everybody has the right to free speech, but you also do not have the right to interrupt other people's right to free speech. Do I make myself clear? Thank you. You have the floor, ma'am.
Well, hello, my name is Pam Avery and I live in this community. I've lived here most of my life. I'm just going to kind of read what I have. I would like to say that I agree with Mary and everything that's going on here. It's scary to get up here because of the harassment that I've seen with other people that have gotten up here, ongoing after they come up here and speak. So it's a lot for me, but I'll tell you why I came up here first, or why I'm even here. Because somebody stood here and compared an alleged online threat to the real violent murder of Jessie Kirk. Jessie was a light in this community, and her name was used not to honor her, but for attention. What shocked me most, honestly, was the silence from the council, I'll be honest. Not a word, no pushback. That was the moment I realized if we don't start paying attention, we're going to lose control of our own community. So I started watching, listening, reading, and yes, connecting the dots. And I saw the pattern. It's not just one voice, it's a coordinated group. Same people at every meeting, same attacks online, same drama, week after week, same playbook, stir the pot, play the victim, control the message. Let's call it what it is. This isn't public service, it's political theater. They scream about corruption, but from where I stand, they become the system they claim to be fighting. Now here's the part that matters most. Everybody in this room knows all this already, especially you. You've been watching it and you live it all the time. I actually started this speech 100 times just trying to get it perfect, but again, we don't need perfection, we need some action. We do not need to keep connecting dots. We need to start drawing lines between what's right and what's rotten, between public service and personal agendas. So what's their end game? To control the narrative, to control the city and county government, to silence dissent and punish disagreement? Because from where I sit, it looks like a full-blown takeover of North Brevard led by a new girl band, featuring an activist, city council member, a commissioner, her staff, and a few familiar backup singers. But this is an entertainment. This is our community. This is our future. To the council, you don't have to accept this circus. You can demand decorum. You can protect the dignity of the space. You're elected to lead, so lead. To the public, ask questions, watch the meetings, learn how things really work. Stop trusting Facebook headlines, because if we don't stand up now, we're handing over our community to the loudest voices in the room. Don't let a loud few drown out the quiet strength of a whole community. Stand up, pay attention, and love where you live. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for petitions and requests?
Oh.
review, along with the cover letter. Hello, Christina Michelle. I come before Titusville City Council in the name of Justice for Chamarie Charles. Justice carries both a universal and a deep personal meaning. Accountability, those responsible for causing harm through direct violence, inaction, or abuse of power, regardless of title, badge, or position. Truth is transparency. Sharing honestly, not hiding behind vague statements, delayed investigations, legal loopholes, or corrupt connections. Dignity for victims and loved ones of those harmed by acknowledging T. Ray as a human being and providing a safe space for pain to be healed. For pain to be healed. Systemic change as justice is not an outcome, but a transformation of the systems that allow for tragedy to happen in the first place. Justice is protection for the community. Are you aware that more than 1,000 people signed on change.org in support of justice for Chamarie? Are you aware that citizens' rights have been violated? The 18th Judicial Circuit, Office of the State Attorney, the same office at which Chief Lau's wife, Vanessa Lau, is employed, announced its investigation of the police killing of my childhood friend on June 10th, the exact same day the petition accomplished its goal of 1,000 signatures in support of the demands that you have in front of you. When will the raw, unedited body camera footage from February 7th be released? Has Internal Affairs concluded their investigation? I will be following up with an email. There's a lot of pain and a lot of trauma. I went to Astronaut High School with Chamarie.
Thank you very much. Member Nelson?
Mr. Abate, do we know if the IA's been done?
Are you talking about the police department? Yes,
Correct.
they have concluded their internal review, and the 2 officers involved will be returning to active duty in the near future. And I know that the chief is going to be releasing the unedited body cam. He has received 9 separate public records requests. I spoke with him today, and he's supposed to give me a certain date here in the next couple days.
If I remember right, the IAs are confidential.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So that would not, you would not receive those. Okay.
Thank you, Member Nelson. You have the floor.
Everybody know who I am. I'm Chamarie's mom, for those that don't know. And y'all can call it a circus or whatever. And I told y'all the last meeting, I'm going to continue coming here until I feel like we get in, new leaders, people that's being treated fair. I feel like y'all dragging my son case out, putting out that footage. We want all the evidence to my attorneys. I'm asking for in a release. Get to my attorneys, give everything to my attorneys. I'm going to continue coming here until I get justice for my son. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep coming here saying what I want to say. So for those that think it's a circus, it's just begun, because I'm not stopping. I'm going to come every meeting. I'm going to say what I want to say, and I'm going to keep asking for the truth. All we want is Chief to do what's right, and they did. That's all. And I'm going to keep coming until we get a new chief, a new mayor, a new board, new people, whatever it takes, I'm gonna keep fighting for my son until I get justice. So whoever don't like it, call it a circus, whatever, my team not stopping. We're not stopping. I'm fighting for Chamari, justice for Chamari, because what happened to my son should have never happened to my son. Should have never happened. And I'm not stopping. So I just want to let her know that we're not going to come up here being disrespectful. We're not going to, do nothing out of we ain't supposed to. But we're going to come up here and keep saying what we want to say. We're going to keep fighting. It's not going to stop. I'm going over y'all heads. I'm going to keep fighting for my son. And I don't care what y'all say. It wasn't right. Y'all know it wasn't right. Y'all holding public records. Y'all dragging my son out. It's too many games, and TPD is getting exposed for everything they doing. We're going to continue fighting.
Thank you very much. Member Nelson?
Mr. Abate, can Chief Lau let the attorney know when the unedited body cam footage will be available?
I'll speak with him tomorrow and inform him, yes.
Okay. And I want to add something, because there was an insinuation that Vanessa Lau had something to do with this. Vanessa Lau is a judicial assistant to a judge in Seminole County. A judicial assistant is somebody who schedules hearings, who handles paperwork for the judge. It would be like saying, my secretary called the state attorney and told him what to do. That just doesn't happen. She has nothing to do with the state attorney's office. She has never had anything to do with the state attorney's office. Her only duties are to assist her judge administratively. She is an employee of the Florida state court system, just like the public defenders, just like the state attorneys, everybody else. But the judicial branch is separate from the attorneys. There is not a connection other than us picking up the phone and saying, I need a hearing on such and such matter. That would be the extent of it. So I just want to make sure that you understand that she really has nothing to do with this.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Sir, you have the floor.
How you doing? My name is Brooks Mitchell. I'm not really a city hall type guy, right? But Chamaria was my cousin. So when I come and we talking about trees and everything else before we address this subject, it seems a little disrespectful, so I understand why the community is in such an uproar. Like, we haven't forgotten that most of the guys that I see on the council came to this land and took it from Indians like myself and set up their own systems on our land and now enforce laws on our land. And so I sit in front of the council today and ask, have we forgotten? Have we forgotten that this was somebody else's land in whatever year that you guys showed up and decided that this was your land? Extortion, murder. But now we play along in your little system where I have so many cousins and family members and people in the ground in the penitentiaries that are scared. And now I have to listen about trees. Before you mention my cousin, when you guys are really not as powerful as you think you are. Certain people allow you guys to play in positions like Monopoly. I just ask that we all consider greatly our actions and decisions from this day forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Petitions and requests, non-agenda items.
Shifalo Tropic Street. I'd like to speak about the passing of a very vocal local activist, Dwight Siegler. He came before this council many times. He's come before other groups that I'm a member of, the Concerned Citizens. He has spoken to represent many different aspects of the transgressions against his community, with suggestions for the betterment of his community. He's run for office several times. He's a local historian. He carried a lot of knowledge about the things that have happened, the things that should have happened, he had opinions about. And I would just like to acknowledge in public and before council, since he can't come anymore. There will be a viewing on Friday at the Lewis Ray Mortuary from 4 to 6. That's on Hopkins Avenue. And the funeral will be on Saturday at 10 o'clock at the Grove Church. I just want to bring his name and his memory and his legacy into the room, to council, to our city government, and to the public that may be watching on YouTube, and to those in the room. Dwight Siegler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shifalo. Any other petitions or requests from the public, non-agenda items? Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Connors? Hey, my name's Ahmad Adams, and I'm new to the Titusville area. I'm looking to really, I see what's going on, and there's a lot going on in y'all city. I agree with the young man that was here said, we got to hear about the trees before we speak about the life that was lost in the city. You know, it's kind of deep. I was thinking the same thing. But my agenda, I'm going to be a native. I mean, I'm not going to be a native, but I'm a new resident in y'all city, basically. And what I want to do is I'm trying to help the young. I want to form like a club where we can have I want some gentleman club type stuff with the youth. I'm not trying to stop nobody from doing what they're doing. I just want to talk to the kids, you know. I'm retired out the game. I'm an ex-con. I was in the feds. I did 15 years. I've been home since 2021. And I just want to give back to a community. It doesn't really matter what community, but this is where I'm planting my roots. So I spoke to you earlier, and I told you what I was on. So I don't know what everybody got going on, but I just want to, anybody that's in our communities, I want some phone numbers, give y'all my number. They're supposed to be doing, I got a couple guys I deal with, they're doing book bag drives, haircuts. I just want to try to see what we can do with that. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much, sir. I did appreciate our conversation today. Member Nelson?
Sir, I'm sorry. Have you met Willie Taylor?
I made that suggestion earlier today.
Did you? Willie runs a boxing club. He was a junior Olympian, and the boxing club is down at the Gibson Center. And I think you would enjoy meeting him. He has a huge group of kids, young adults, down there at the boxing center. And he has a full-time job. He's a police officer, but he also runs the boxing club. And his heart is with the kids.
Yeah.
And helping the community.
Yeah,
So,
Mayor told me this morning to check out a couple people that's right here. I appreciate you too, man, but I feel like I don't know what's going on in the city. Like I do care, but it's like it's different. I think we need to prioritize and really understand what's going on inside the community. Like really what's going on. Trees, come on, man.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for non-agenda items, petitions, and requests? Going once, going twice. Sold. City Manager?
Moving on to consent agenda, we have a pretty lengthy consent agenda. We have 19 items. Are there any items which council wishes to pull?
Member Moscoso?
Yes, not necessarily pool. I do have quite a bit of discussion for some of them. One I think I would like to pull is 8A, which is Canaveral Heights. And then I would also like to pull 8O, which is the Gibson Septic. Not necessarily for a separate vote, but more discussion if possible.
Well, if you're pulling it, it's pulled.
Okay,
So
well, I'll pull it for a vote then.
You're pulling it for a vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you pulled two items, 8A and 8O. Member Stokel?
I don't think I want to pull. I have a question of staff for 8C.
Is there anybody want to pull any other items? Member Nelson?
I don't want to pull it, but I'd like some clarification on G. That's one where the amount was 49,900. So if you could clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
All right, we'll get into all of that. We have two items pulled, A and O. City Clerk, are there any cards on consent?
Yes, we have one card on 8A, and then another individual that would like to speak on 8E and 8L, and then one additional card for 8E.
Okay.
So A, E, and L.
Okay, so the person who put the card in for 8A, that's a separate item. We're going to consider B through M, or B through N during this first time. So can you call the cards for those folks? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and read B through M for the record. Consent agenda item 8B, interlocal agreement with Brevard County for address assignment services. Approve the advisability to complete an interlocal agreement for address assignment services with Brevard County. 8C, Florida Department of Commerce Planning Technical Assistance Grant for Housing Affordability Study. Approve the grant request to the Florida Department of Commerce grant in the amount of $75,000 to conduct a housing affordability study. 8D, U.S. Department of Transportation, Safe Streets for All, SS4A grant. Approve the grant request to the United States Department of Transportation, Safe Streets for All, SS4A grant in the amount of $136,000 and local match in the amount of $34,000. 8E, Urban Forest Management Consulting Services. Approve the final scoring and recommendation of the Evaluation Committee to move forward with awarding the contract to SOSIN Environmental Group, West Des Moines, Idaho, and authorize the staff to conduct final negotiations with the firm not to exceed $100,000. 8F, funds transfer for child. Use the Public Education and Child Occupancy Protection Program, approve the purchase of 32 car seats, and approve the associated budget amendment. 8G, task order AECOMTO08 for fire station humidity assessment and remediation plan. Approve the award of task order number AECOMTO08 to ACOM for the amount of $49,900 to provide engineering consulting services, including but not limited to services related to conducting condition assessments relating to high humidity at fire stations 11 and 13. 8H, chiller replacement City Hall. Approve the replacement of the chiller at City Hall in the amount of $317,813 by Train US Incorporated. 8I, vendor of record VA Paving, Goodson Pavement, and Preferred Materials Incorporated. Approve the addition of VA Paving Incorporated, Goodson Paving, and Preferred Materials to the approved vendor of record for paving services and asphalt concrete not to exceed $75,000 annually. 8J, budget amendment for stormwater assessment mailing. Approve the budget amendment for $25,000 to fund the printing and mailing of the stormwater assessment notice to approximately 23,870 properties in the city. 8K, Save Our Indian River Lagoon Cost Share Agreement 25-269, Coleman Pond Circulator. Approve the Save Our Indian River Lagoon Project Cost Share Funding Interlocal Agreement 25-269 between the City of Titusville and Brevard County in the amount of $126,021 in funding toward the installation of the Coleman Pond Circulator. 8L, Save Our Indian River Lagoon Cost Share Agreement 25-270, Tennessee Street Baffle Box. Approve the Save Our Indian River Lagoon Project Cost Share Funding Interlocal Agreement 25-270 between the City of Titusville and Brevard County in the amount of $514,794 in funding toward the installation of the Tennessee Street Baffle Box. And 8M, Save Our Indian River Lagoon Cost Share Agreement 25-271, the Osprey Pond Circulator. Approve the Save Our Indian River Lagoon Project Cost Share Funding Interlocal Agreement 25-271 between the City of Titusville and Brevard County in the amount of $86,394. Oh, and then?
Is that all of them?
No, actually, 8N as well. Award contract for the Harry T. Moore Social Service Center COVID Response and Prevention Facility Improvements. Approve the award of the Harry T. Moore Social Service Center COVID Response and Prevention Building Improvements to Doug Wilson Enterprises of Merritt Island in the amount of $80,859.89 for the construction of various improvements to address COVID prevention within the Harry T. Moore Social Service Center. That's it.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk.
Yes, sir. Casing Ange for items E and L.
St. Ange, Maryland Avenue, in regards to 8E Urban Forest Management Program. Yes, please approve and move forward with awarding the contract to Eocene Environmental Group for an urban forest management plan. Eocene is a national company with 600 employees and 200 certified arborists working in 28 states for the last 25 years. I've read their entire proposal, their reviews from other communities, and all the other documents in this agenda packet regarding this item. I am eager for the development of an urban forest management plan. We need an urban forest management plan to help preserve Titusville's ancient live oaks, sable palms, and wildlife habitat. We need a management plan to help prioritize tree planting in our parks and along our streets to help reduce temperatures and provide tree equity throughout our community. Trees and the shade that they provide helps to prevent temperatures rising above our ability to live comfortably. No amount of air conditioning can help it if it's 125 degrees. We need to plant and preserve trees to help reduce temperatures, reduce flooding, and reduce polluted stormwater runoff into the lagoon, which provides a lot of economic development for our community. We need a management plan as a roadmap to enhance and preserve our urban forests, which makes Titusville a unique community in Brevard, a gateway to nature and space. Thank you very much, City Council, for considering this. Trees are an important factor for our community. We have many issues in our town, but trees help our community be healthier. It helps reduce problems with our health because we can now go outside and sit under a tree and communicate with our neighbors, and so it helps develop a sense of community and quality of life. As well, I'd like to speak on 8L, which is a baffle box for Tennessee Street. That's a block from our house, so it looks like our neighborhood is going to get a baffle box. Well, I'm excited about this. This baffle box will treat runoff from 673 acres of highly developed land prior to discharging into the Indian River Lagoon, and that lagoon provides a whole lot of money to our community. Yes, please use my half-cent sales tax toward the $514,000. They cost a lot of money, these baffle boxes, but apparently that they're worth it. They have made a difference.
Thank you, Ms. Kay.
Thank you very much.
City Clerk?
Laura Lee Thompson for item E.
Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims, Florida. So yes, absolutely. When I looked at the packet and I saw that there was only one vendor that actually turned in a proposal, I was like, oh no. But then after I read it and looked at it and looked at all the comments from other people, please, yes, that looks like a really good company, a really good fit for us. And then I also wanted to give a big shout out to Sandra Reller for the 3 cost share projects from the Save Our Indian River Lagoon program and the huge grant from DEP for the Gibson Street hookup for sanitary sewer. We are so lucky to have Sandra working for our city. I mean, I sit on the Citizens Oversight Committee for the half-penny sales tax, and so we see presentations all the time, and every year, every time the slide shows up, you know, in our presentation, and Titusville is always number 1, you know, for the number of grants that any community or entity, we even beat the zoo every single year. And, you know, we are really, really lucky. I mean, when you add it up, it's $1.4 million worth of money that she has brought into our community. So we're very blessed to have her. Thank you so much, Sandra.
Thank you very much. City Clerk? Is there any other cards?
No more cards for
Okay.
these items.
All right, council discussion, Member Nelson.
I suggested that Sandy get an extra day off. Kevin said no.
But during that time, the splash pad would break.
Oh,
Yeah, so she's not allowed a day off.
okay, yeah, any rate. Yeah. I think our projects are great. I'm hoping that Amy Matthews Waring will do a write-up about some of these projects. They're great projects, and I hope that people start understanding what these projects are actually doing for our community. And I actually got an email when I was on break from Spencer Molitor. And he was saying in the shallows, he's really into boating. He was saying in the shallows, 90% seagrass, right on the islands, 90% seagrass. He said, I'm seeing crab traps, I'm seeing dolphins. He said, I'm actually seeing people who have homemade signs selling clams, which, as we discussed, might not be real legal. But there are people out there clamming and trying to sell them. I'm not sure I'm ready to eat clams, but apparently some people are. So it just says thank you to Public Works for the work you've done.
I believe you had a question for staff on item G. Did you have a question for staff on item G?
I did. The price, Mr. Abate?
Yes, as we discussed earlier, that there's a, the request is for $49,900 and the actual budget amendment is $65,000. So there's a difference of about $15,000. And Kevin Cook pointed out that in the contract, there's a provision for $15,000 of added work once the humidity assessment is done. And that's what the provision is for an additional change order to the contract to have the money in the budget already.
So that would come in as a change order.
That's my understanding, unless Kevin has.
It would probably be by a different vendor, but yeah, it'd be within the same project.
Okay, okay.
Sarah, I believe you had some questions. Sorry, Member
Yes.
Stokel.
It's okay. On item C, and this was probably a question for Brad, just because I know you weren't in the briefing. I just wanted clarification because we've talked about the housing affordability study. Could you just clarify for me? We've talked about what we wanted. I think we said we weren't interested in inclusionary zoning, and we didn't want to use our own funds for a study at this time. So is this requesting for us to get this grant? It's not a matching grant, so we would only do this study if we got and received a grant. Is that correct?
Correct. It's
Okay.
a study to determine the efficacy of those options
Okay.
and all the other options that may be available to us. So that's all the result would be is a study.
Okay. And we're not funding any from our budget.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Does anybody have any other comments for discussion for items A through N? City Manager?
Well, actually, might want to entertain a motion for B through N, and A and O were pulled.
Sorry, did I say A through N? I was trying to omit it.
through N.
I omitted it in my mind. B through N, I apologize. If not, then I'll take a motion. Member Nelson?
Move to approve consent agenda items B through N.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further council discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we're on to item 8A. So, City Clerk?
We have one card. It's Tony Sheffalo.
My notes. Shifalo Tropic Street. I've been following this project since 2017. And I have been in constant contact with your city planner, Brad Parrish. I have numerous emails and responses from him, and I find that since 2017, Mr. Parrish, that my objections to this comprehensive plan amendment are the same after all of these years and all of these different versions of the plan that we've been getting. It's all the same. So I am here to speak in favor of allowing him to set yet another community meeting where we can bring our objections and suggestions for the comprehensive plan that I might point out was originally presented by my friends Kimley Horn. The nightmare on Tropic Street, I call it. Please, let him have another meeting with the community so that once again, I can present just a few. I mean, there's not that many objections. I just want controlled infill. Because we're talking about a place now, you don't have any more room downtown to develop. And so you're looking in my neighborhood and the Joinerville neighborhood. We have some definite ideas about how it should be developed. And I don't see them reflected in this report anytime from any version. Year after year, Brad, how does that happen that still Tropic Street is going to be considered up there with Main and Garden and not be just a regular little neighborhood street? I don't understand why no changes have been made. So I would really like to have yet another community meeting where I can talk about it without being constrained to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I ask Tony a question?
Yeah.
Tony, so looking at the agenda packet, I'm sure you probably looked at the strike through, what was
Yes.
proposed. Did you have, I don't know how we'll move forward with it, but did you have anything that stood out to you on those few pages that was taken out or was added that you feel shouldn't be there?
Since the plan was originally presented back in, which version should I go back to? I've got a version from 2/13/24. I've got a version back to 1/2/24. I've got 1/17/24. I've got November of 23.
So with this
There's
one,
been no changes.
so with this one that's presented, did you see something on here that you did not like, that you felt should absolutely not be in there?
Yes,
That
yes, I
that's-
have some very specific things. Let me find my latest email. I particularly object to the incentives offered developers, such as increased height and density for very little amenities other than what should be expected from a new development in this target area. I'm very concerned about the proposed changes to the GOPs to the future land use of the Comp Plan Policy 17.7. The city shall define and designate infill development. I find that completely objectionable and dangerous for the community without any kind of guidance other than what the Kimley Horn suggested, like 3-story townhomes on small lots, because with the Live Local Act and things like that have happened. The overlay for the West Titusville abolishes minimum lot and unit sizes while maintaining traditional setbacks for single-family homes, but nothing for multi-unit construction, which with the Live Local and the Affordable Housing Act, the infill that I see on the empty lots that have been cleared, due to urban, what do they call it, when they would raise houses in poor neighborhoods, urban renewal. Well, yeah, we're eliminating blight, but it's really urban renewal. To make room for this infill, I'm concerned about the lack of restrictions to developers on infill. I could go into that in more detail later. I'm also very concerned, for example, about Tropic Street as a Category B street when it really, because the B categories call for 15-foot right-of-ways with 8-foot sidewalks and 7-foot tree space, and Tropic Street between the railroad tracks and Park Avenue is already pretty much developed and has, little 4-foot sidewalks on each side of the street, and I'm
So you don't think
wondering,
it's compatible?
how are we going to do that kind of stuff? And
Okay.
I just, let me say this, Ms. Stokel, if I may. I went and I spoke to Brad about this just peripherally. I haven't gone into detail with him, but I recently went back to Atlanta, where I lived most of my adult life, and in a neighborhood that I had lived in, and witnessed the infill that has occurred there in the 10 years or so that I've been here and not there. And I was rather pleased with the way that the infill blended so nicely with what was already there. And I'm so afraid that with the Kimley Horn suggestions, especially for the overlay of the, which is coming later, and Brad has explained to me, it's different than the comp plan, but the Chapter 29, Article 10 of the, geez, Brad, what is it? Is it the future land use or whatever? It's actually the zoning. That I'm concerned that with the lack of control of the West Titusville overlay, abolishing minimum lot and unit sizes while it's going to be a problem that is going to allow developers to come in and do infill in this area that is not going to be consistent with the scale and the tone and the rhythm of the community that is existing there today. So those are my concerns, and those are the kinds of things that I have talked with Brad many times. Obviously, I have many notes, and nothing's changed. So, no, I didn't see anything new. It's the same old that's been going on. And I wonder why, with all the community input that's been put, why there have been no changes to some of those things. Thank you for asking.
Council? Member Moscoso, you did pull this item.
Yes.
Sorry, I must have turned away right as your name popped up.
All right, thank you. So my question is kind of about the density bonus, and I did email Brad about this. He offered to meet with me, and I wasn't able to make that happen. So I appreciate you reaching out because it is a residential density bonus up to 5 units per acre, and it can be granted for improving parks, landscaping, participating in construction of enhanced public, like streetscapes and plazas, adding additional parking. My question is, I don't feel like there are clear definitions of what that is in the LDRs. It says, provide a significant public benefit as defined by the Land Development Code. And then the Land Development Code doesn't quite explain that from what I was able to see. So are we going to be updating our LDRs? Because I don't feel comfortable voting on it. Also, I think that this is a really big deal to be on the consent agenda. I know that we've discussed this multiple times, but we're not only talking about Canaveral Heights or this little area. We're actually, and I did email you about this, we're talking about a much wider area. This is for our whole comprehensive plan. So this will affect gateways. And if you want to speak to that, this will affect a few other areas, not just this. So for this to be on the consent agenda, even though we've talked about this for a long time, it feels like a big deal because we are changing our comprehensive plan. So my first question to you, Brad, is there going to be a clear definition in the LDRs? Because if a developer comes in and says, I want my, my bonus, and I've put in one extra tree, or I've added a parking spot, is that going to qualify? Are we going to have something that we can look at and say, yes, this qualifies, this doesn't? Because it seems very like they might be able to kind of wiggle and get those density bonuses if it's not concrete.
Yes, you brought up the same concern last time or in a previous presentation, so we did consider that. We worked with Kimberly Horn and then brought them back at a last community meeting we had with the public about this. The task that we were given by City Council a couple of years ago on this was a comprehensive plan amendment that included the code so you could see both together. And we did show those drafts to you. What's being presented to you tonight is just the comprehensive plan, because at a previous meeting, it was decided, let's go forward with that. And so we're asking if it's permission to go forward with advertising a public hearing. As far as the density and the incentives, the bonuses that are in here, it's on page 71 of your packet. You'll see under that new strategy, 1.11.4.5. If you remember, the comprehensive plan is a guiding document. It's a policy document. It's not supposed to be, it's a regulatory document, but the language in there is more general in nature, providing guidance as far as how to implement those policies. You do that in the code itself. You get more specific. So we did show you a version of what that draft code would look like, but I don't have it here in this agenda item because the request specifically is about the comprehensive plan amendment. So you see the incentives here under that strategy of
Sorry, what page are you on?
On page 71 of your packet. You'll see strategy 1.11.4.5. This is really the meat of the whole thing. So this was something that was really encouraged and recommended by the consultant when they studied this area a couple of years ago, that there should be some way to incentivize more unique types of development that allow for infill in this area with some incentives. So you'll give you something, give something back. That's basically negotiation with the developer. So these bullet points here underneath that strategy provide some pointers that we could use and incorporate into the comprehensive plan. We can't go above and beyond what's here in this policy. So we can't introduce a density or incentive or something not be in conflict here. Remember, you can't do anything in conflict with the comprehensive plan. So the code itself gets more specific. I don't have that in the agenda here. It was shown to you previously. I can certainly bring it back and show you. It was presented at the last community meeting that Ms. Schifflow attended. And if you remember, Mr. Connors, you were there, but I think you left just before you saw the before and after renderings of conceptual drawings of how this code could be implemented. That was shown to the public, and then we showed that to you at a presentation a few meetings ago as well. Again, I can bring all this back to you, but again, the specifics about how to implement these comprehensive plan policies are in the code. Now, the code gets much more detailed as far as what those incentives are and defines them a little bit better. I believe you were concerned about whether we're giving away the farm, and we can certainly evaluate it again. We don't believe we are. We believe this is a good framework, what the code says, for us to negotiate with the developer that will allow you to go 5 units above what the maximum density allows, provided you provide X, Y, and Z, or whatever that might be. The question, though, that with the public has always been, well, what should that incentive be? Should it be one or two of the incentives, or maybe a whole slew of them? We worked with the consultant, and they suggested in this particular area, because of the low density area, you probably only want to identify one particular incentive you really want to get back from them. We can add more if we want to. We want to make the code a little more stringent if we need to. So like the gateway corridors, comprehensive plan policies, and the downtown policies that were previously adopted by you, we're under the task, we're under the gun now to now come up with code that implements those policies. Same here. If this amendment is okay with you to go forward with advertising, and it is transmitted to state and back to you for adoption, then the next step is to adopt the code. The changes that Ms. Schifflow is concerned about, I've had many meetings with her. I have tried to resolve some of the concerns that she has had and expressed to me on numerous occasions. I believe we've made some tweaks here and there, and I think even on Tropic Street, we have made note task that we need to evaluate whether that particular street needs to be recategorized, and that is something our consultant will work with. But that's at the code stage. It's not the comprehensive plan stage. One other thing I do want to bring up to you is on page 76 of your packet. The previous amendments we brought to you related to downtown and to the gateways were text amendments. They were creating land use overlays, if you will. They did not include a map amendment. This particular amendment, in addition to the text amendment, which we have here on the agenda, we have a map amendment. And you'll see on page 76 of your packet, the areas that are identified as urban mixed use will be expanded into that larger study area that's bounded in that red line on that page. You'll see on page 76 of your packet. So if this map amendment is approved, the policies and text that you see on the previous pages, which is the text amendment of the comprehensive plan related to the urban mixed use land use category, will apply to this larger area. Basically allowing for those incentives, which I described, those bonus incentives, to be utilized in a much larger area than the current urban mixed use configuration right now. So in that study area on page 76, you'll see that those bonus incentives could now be used, if this is approved, between Garden Street and South Street, the railroad tracks on the east side, and all the way over to just a little bit past Park Avenue. I know that's a lot of information. I'll try and answer any more questions you have.
Yeah, I think I find it difficult because we are voting on, I understand that the code is going to come later, but we are voting on something like bonus density bonus without really knowing what that definition is going to be. So I'm trying to be very open-minded about that. I really am. I just don't want a developer to come in and say, I really want it to be clear. And so I would like to have a better understanding is that what does landscaping look like? I just don't want someone to come in and take advantage and get 5 extra units.
We can bring this back together with the code so you can see
Hello?
Turn it on.
All righty. We're back on. We'll give a, thank you. We gotta give council members a few minutes to come back in. All right, I gotta wait for 2 more people to come back. Yes.
Somebody must have told them if they were more respectful, they could get more.
All right, we're gonna get started in 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, I'm calling this meeting back to order.
All right.
You guys, are you ready in the back? Great, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Parrish, I'm just trying to remember where we left off. I think Member Moscoso was still asking some questions of you. I'll let you guys pick it back up.
Brett, I'm okay if you don't mind just providing me with that. We can have this conversation outside of the meeting. So if you don't mind, if you could provide me with like the LDRs and those changes, I think we can move forward from this item.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Member Stokel.
Yes, just a few items. One, to clarify, if we do pass this, we won't be voting on anything changes. We'll just be setting the dates for this to come before us, and we can still make changes. So that makes me feel more comfortable. There are a couple things that I did want to clarify. With the density bonus, I was under the assumption, maybe this is my fault, that that would be for the downtown area, but am I reading this correctly, that it's for downtown and West Titusville?
The one for the downtown was approved with the policies, the previous amendment, and there'll be a code change separate on that one. But the
Okay,
ones you
so-
see here on
Okay,
page
that's where I'm
71
getting.
are for this particular neighborhood.
Okay, so we already have approved the one for the downtown.
Correct.
Okay, so that's good for us to know. We already have one for downtown. Do we want to have one for West Titusville? Okay. And then could you explain, because I am looking on page 76 with the map, could you explain the difference between urban mixed use in terms of the commercial that we'll be getting rid of and in terms of the residential that we'll be getting rid of with this overlay?
So this amendment is strictly just a comprehensive plan amendment. It's not a rezoning of property.
Okay.
So the several pieces of property there off of Park Avenue that have commercial zoning, the land use, if it's changed, will envelop that particular property that has that zoning, but it won't change the zoning. So in other words, it'll continue to be allowed to be permitted for commercial use, but even though the land use is mixed use, they'd still only be restricted to commercial unless they want to rezone it. So what the land use allows you to do is potentially rezone it from commercial to residential or mix it if you want it, depending on the zoning district, without having to change the land use in the future.
So urban mixed use can be either commercial
Correct.
or residential. And then
Correct.
when we're talking residential, is it medium, low, and high density, all three?
In the land use itself, let me go back to page 71 of your packet. I believe the density's there. I'm sorry, just one moment.
No, you're fine, thank you.
I believe the urban mixed-use land use category is 20 units per acre currently.
Okay,
Yes.
20, okay. Is that more intense or less intense than medium?
Medium density right now, are you talking about the residential land use categories? The low density is 5 units, and medium density is 10 units, and the high density is 15 units. So
Okay.
this particular land use category, as it currently stands, is 20 units per acre.
Okay, so it would allow for more density
Correct.
within this if needed.
Right.
Okay. And then my last question, I think that would be helpful because I did notice it was one of the incentives, is the workforce affordable housing. Can we, and maybe not, with this item necessarily, because we keep hearing a lot about affordable housing, workforce housing. Is there a way for us to get some type of statistics in relation to what's our ratio of affordable housing compared to communities around us, compared to other communities in Florida, just so we can get an idea to know what our affordable housing offerings are?
That study that you approved the grant for us to submit that grant, that study will help
Okay,
determine that.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
All good. Any further council discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Member Nelson? You're going to have to yell. Oh, there you go.
Move to approve consent agenda A.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now on to consent item 8O. All right, is City Clerk, are there any cards on this? Okay. Member Moscoso?
Sure. So this one is about the $700,000 grant from septic to sewer for Gibson Street. So I just had a few questions about that. First of all, Sandy, if you got the grant on this, thank you so much.
Thank Ashley Smith on this one.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Smith. We appreciate it. So I think I believe this is kind of pushed down from the state, something that we're going to have to do. And so there are a lot of benefits, obviously, for the Indian River Lagoon. But my question is there's still going to be some cost for the homeowners. And so I was just kind of looking it up. Just the average connection fee could be $2,000 to $5,000, and we're talking about 34 homes. I think off of Gibson Street and in that area. Do we have a plan of how are we going to help these people with these costs? Do we have anything? I was looking at what other cities do, and some of them do like a special assessment, or there are payment plans. I know that if I was told, our family was told, you're going to have to connect, we'd need to know in advance to be able to save that money. And also, it's not just the connection, it's also what to do with the septic tank after. There's a lot of cost involved in this. So I'd just like to know what the plan is with the community.
Yeah, so you're correct. There are two different functions there. One is the connection fee to the city, which is currently $2,100 to be going up a little higher at the end of this year. That currently has a way to be paid over 24 months on your utility bill. There is no mandatory connection in the city of Titusville, so anyone with an existing septic tank does not have to connect. They can choose to.
Oh, okay.
But in a 1-year period, they will start paying for sewer availability, whether they connect or not. In the future, if they try to get a new septic tank, they'll be denied that permit by the state, because once a sewer system is available, you cannot get a septic permit. Additionally, the state will be moving to the point they're not going to issue permits inside the BMAPs in this area anyway for septic availability. So by 2030, they won't have the option of using a septic tank anymore anyway. So that's the city connection side. I just say we give them a 24-month period on their utility bill. That's in the code. That certainly is something that could be modified to extend time. That could be done differently. They do have 1 year before that period would become even starting. If they choose not to connect for a full year, they won't pay anything, so they have a year to save up to pay that fee. Plumbing permit is when they pay that fee. The other side is the abandonment of your septic tank and the plumbing cost to connect. So Save Iron Inland Lagoon does have opportunities for grants. There's a pool of grant money that they can go through Sorrel to get a grant to assist with that process. We currently don't have a grant program for that. If that's something the council would like us to look at, we can. We've only done this currently at one other location. We didn't have any requests for grants from the city. I believe they did reach out to Sorrel. We do have other people that reached out to Sorrel to get benefits. They're inside the basin, so they would get some benefit on a Sorrel grant. That is, money goes quickly in that program because, as you know, Palm Bay is currently in a mandatory connection cycle where all their septics are going to mandatory connections. Cocoa, Rockledge are both doing septic sewer projects that are, their same individual will be reaching for grants for those as well for the connection. So I think that's the two sides of that. We have some ways to mitigate the cost of the impact fee, spreading that over time in addition to them being able to wait a year. I will say that when we did it on Echo recently, we found, I think of the 8 properties, 5 of them were at the point their septic tanks were failing, and they had to either invest in a new septic tank or made the connection. They found that that new tank was going to cost more than the connecting to sewer. So those homes were able to move over to the sewer system. But we certainly can come back with some options that the council would like to see us look at a grant program to assist.
Yeah, and what would be the average for each home to connect? I mean, you said that we could spread it out over 24 months, at maybe $100 a month, but there are additional fees.
Yeah, that would be our impact fee. Our connection fee would be, it's $2,100 today, so it's spread out over 24 months, assuming they wait the full year to start it. They have about a 3-year period to pay back. I think the last I heard from Sorrel, anywhere from $12,000 to $16,000 is what it's going to cost to abandon, do the plumbing. Depending on the way you dispose of the tank can depend on how expensive it is. Some tanks are able to be left in the ground and filled. They have to dig them up. That's a different service. So a lot of that's case by case. But I think they could see costs as high as $12,000 to $16,000.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about not going to mandatory connection where they must connect immediately. They have the option of waiting till those. So what you don't want to do is have somebody who just put a brand new tank in the ground. We put sewer in, we say you must connect now. So now they pay twice essentially.
Do you think it would be possible, I'm not sure how you're notifying the residents, but to possibly hold a community meeting? And so I know in that street, there's a lot of older people, and, you know, if I got something like that, I might not understand all the details. And so if it would be possible, I would love, if we had a community meeting, I'd love to go to it, and just to make sure the residents are aware, and that could possibly be after if we discuss options for grants. I just don't want anyone to not really understand and then all of a sudden have a big bill, or even $100 for, some people, it's a lot. And so I just want to make sure that we're at least preparing people and letting them know some upcoming costs.
Yeah, we can do that. And we always, when we do extend sewer, we do give them a letter once the project is cleared. They would have seen the construction by that point. They would have had notifications month in advance, but they get a letter notifying them that sewer is available. They have 365 days before there's any impact to their property as far as our billing system bringing in sewer availability fees. So that's standard practice today. We certainly can expand that as timing. This project hasn't been designed yet, but during that process, we can certainly reach out to the residents.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if we just had like a little meeting for an hour and let residents just ask questions, just like I'm getting to ask questions now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, real quick, if we said yes tonight, how long do you think that this project would be up and running?
I'd guess we probably have 6 months to design it and probably a good 9 months to build it after that. So within the next 2 years, it'd be functional.
Okay, thank you. Member Stokel?
Yes, I think that the Save Our Indian River Lagoon does have the grants. So I think to what Member Moscoso is saying, if we could find out information to give to citizens on how to access that money, that's where our half-cent sales tax is going to. So we're already putting money, that's where I would like to see happen.
Yeah, we give them that information, and I believe we did have a community meeting that they would be willing to come to give the information also.
Okay.
They're very good at their outreach.
Okay, great, thank you.
Member Nelson?
Well, the other question is, could we use CDBG money for grants for this?
We can reach out to Terry about that. I know when we proposed doing this project with CDBG money, it was not one that was eligible, but there may be assistance on the homeowner side. It may not come from CDBG, it may come from one of the other programs that are more housing related, but we can reach out to Terry, and as part of that process of having the meeting, notifying the residents, we can make sure that if there is a grant available, we'll get Terry's group involved too.
Okay, that would be great.
Thank you, Member
Thank you.
Nelson. Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes, I look at this and I don't think we should delay the grant agreement, but I really feel we're going to have to help the residents because we're talking about bringing in a plumber, and as you said, the price could be upwards of $12,000 to $16,000, which the average person can ill afford to do. So I want to say, let's approve the grant agreement, and then on the other side, we're getting with the neighborhood to let them know exactly what's going on and hopefully have some information on grants they can receive to offset some of the cost.
Yeah.
Anything else, Member Nelson?
And I was going to say maybe extending the amount of time they have to pay for it might help.
And like I said, that's in the code currently. That can be changed. It really two meeting process to make a change there.
Any further discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve consent agenda item CO. The Gibson
Second.
Street septic to sewer.
Yeah, second, and thank you, Member Moscoso, for bringing that up.
I'm pretty sure you said Member Zero at first, right? Number 0? I get it. All right, so I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Sir, we have no ordinance to second reading, so move on to first reading. And the first 10A is the fence permit ordinance. And we'll conduct the first reading of ordinance number 25-2025. And Attorney Stokes will read the ordinance.
Yes, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to clarify requirements for the repair and replacement of permitted fences to be consistent with the Florida Building Code requirements by amending Section 6-56, construction permit required, inspection approval prior to use or occupancy, and 34-346, non-conforming structures, rebuild and repair. providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, incorporation into the code, and an effective date.
Thank you, Attorney Stokes. City Clerk?
Can I speak?
Yep.
Not too late? Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know if this is really quite on the subject, but in front of my house is a lift pump with a fence around it. Well, it used to be a fence, but it fell down over a year ago, and now children come and they play on the lift pump. And I've asked code enforcement, they come regularly and tend to this lift pump, and I tell them every time, this needs to be fixed. We can't have children playing on the lift pump. The fence has collapsed. Well, I mean, here you're talking about a fence permit ordinance, and I have a fence that is on city property in front of my house that has collapsed with children playing on a lift pump. I've talked to everybody I can know to talk about it. I've talked about it, and it's been over a year now. So it has to do with fencing, and so I'm saying that I need to have that repaired on Maryland Avenue, if at all possible. Thank you very much.
Ms. Kay, what I would say is it was very loosely connected, but you
Very
got
loosely
that-
connected.
You got that in there. What I would have probably done is said that the city was unable to obtain a fence permit for their own fence. Yeah, something like that. Mr. Cook, can we get that fixed, please?
Yes, we'll make sure Phil Dobbs addresses that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's going to have to pay for it.
All right, see, it's on city property. All right, city manager.
Moving on to 10B is the small-scale amendment, application number 2-2025, 5320 South Washington Avenue. And that actually has 3 separate ordinances in the issue, and Attorney Stokes will read those 3 ordinances.
Okay. First one, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to clarify requirement. Sorry about that. I'm one behind. An ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending Section 7, Chapter 63-2001, Laws of Florida, Special Acts of 1963, by annexing certain property located at 5320 South Washington Avenue, having parcel ID number of 22-35-26-00-511, to be included within the city limits, providing for severability, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date. The second of the 3 will be an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending ordinance number 60-1988, which adopted the comprehensive plan of the City of Titusville by amending the future land use map by changing the land use designation on approximately 4.52 plus or minus acres of property located at 5320 South Washington Avenue, having Brevard County parcel ID number 22-35-26-00-511 from the community commercial Brevard County future land use designation to the commercial high intensity City of Titusville future land use designation, providing for severability, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date. And the third is an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 5-1993 of the City of Titusville by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference by changing the BU1 General Retail Commercial Brevard County zoning district to the Community Commercial CC zoning district on approximately 4.52 plus or minus acres of property located at 5320 South Washington Avenue, having Brevard County parcel ID number 22-35-26-00-511, providing for severability, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Attorney Stokes. City Clerk? All right, City Manager.
And finally, we have 10C, which is a rezoning number 2-2025 Brooks Landing Dog Park. And Attorney Stokes will read the ordinance.
Yes, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 24-2019 amending the master plan and conditions associated with the planned development PD zoning district on approximately 3.00 acres, having tax ID number 3034188, located approximately 1,500 feet east of US Highway 1 on the north side of JJ Road, to include a dog park use, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Attorney Stokes. City Clerk? City Manager?
Moving on to 11, old business, and it's the open space ordinance, and Brad Parrish has a presentation.
This ordinance was requested by council several years ago. It has turned into a much more complicated ordinance than we ever anticipated. Our previous attorney, Richard Broom, spent an inordinate amount of time with me trying to make sure we did this right. But basically, the city council had asked us to make changes to our open space requirements, mainly because in response of the Brooks Landing project, actually, which is a previous item here. So when that was first brought before city council, they went through a rezoning process to put a planned development zoning, a tailor-made zoning on the property, which, if you're going to use that tool, requires a minimum open space requirement. Well, one of the issues that the council had with that was the specific language in there, which I've got on this PowerPoint slide here, and it states, common open space includes both passive recreation, example, picnic areas or walking trails, and active recreation, example, playgrounds or basketball courts areas, private water bodies and stormwater retention or detention areas that are designed to be used for passive recreation, for example, improved with fountains, benches, and walkways may be counted towards the common open space minimum requirement. That's all it says for the PD zoning district. There's some other statements in there, but this is really the crux of it. This is the tool that the city staff has to use in order to negotiate what is supposed to be inside that open space requirement. This is the problem the city council had. So the task from council at the time was to come back with definitions that we can use to help negotiate what that open space should be when a developer decides to use one of the tools, such as a planned development rezoning with a master plan. We looked at it initially to see if there should be a quantifiable list of what all those amenities should be, and found that to be really impossible. No other jurisdiction was doing this. So, some of the new members of the council, this is the first time you're seeing this. The previous members who are on there, this is probably the fourth or fifth time you've seen this. The last time you saw this, especially the council members who've been on the council for the past few years, the main change you'll see, and is that we've consolidated all of the references of open space throughout the code into one location now. So it's a much bigger ordinance, but the big bulk of it is the fact that we've just consolidated all those references into one location for ease of use. We did expand the intent and purpose statement. We've added a new open space categories. So all the references to open space, recreation, parks, whatever that might be in combinations thereof, have been replaced with the word open space as the umbrella term, and then everything else falls underneath that. We've also added standards in there that are applicable to all the development types. For example, addressing one of the main issues the council had at the time was utilizing all the stormwater facilities and counting it towards open space. There was some concern from council members about being able to do that. So this is an example on the slide here where you see some of the categories we included into the ordinance. So these are definitions, descriptions, and standards of each of the open space types underneath that umbrella term open space. You have parks, playgrounds, natural areas, green spaces, plazas, and so on. And it gives some criteria as what those are and what the dimensions should be. So basically when a developer comes in with a new planned development rezoning, they'll have that minimum open space requirement, which is currently 35%. That has not changed. But what that should be in that open space has now changed. Now the developer has to identify what the particular open space they're going to use, and so identify that on their plan. And so that gives this matrix you'll see in the ordinance gives us a lot more to use in that negotiation, so that when it comes before the council, they're not having to negotiate with you. As I mentioned earlier about counting the natural water body areas or stormwater systems as toward the open space, the standard has not changed. We've always initiated the standard of only utilizing 50% or half that towards your open space. That has not changed at all ever since the first draft of this ordinance. Parking areas do not count as open space. Buffers and landscape islands may count as open space. So we defined out of all the different development standards. So these are standards that are applied to any open space, depending on which development type you want to use. And what I mean by development type, you have planned development rezoning, you have the regional mixed use zoning district, some of you may recall that, the urban village zoning district, that's Titus Landing. You also have some other obscure ones that have not been used very often, and that is conservation subdivision design, cluster subdivision design, mobile home park, things of that nature. So the new standards, open space should be usable common open space. Open space includes amenities, must choose from a list of categories. Again, going back to that matrix, the developer must identify what they're going to include in that open space from that matrix. The level of service standard, we did an analysis of that several years ago. This is the same, this is what we did back the last time we did the evaluation and appraisal report back in 2018. And our current standard of open space and recreational amenities throughout the city right now, we have a level of service standard inside the comprehensive plan, which says that for every 8 acres, you must create 8 acres for every 1,000 persons. We're way above that. So we're never going to create new parks. But the development standards inside the code right now, which require an open space component for a planned development rezoning with a master plan, like Brooks Landing, they have to create an open space for their development. And so the standards we've applied inside the code are specific to those development options that a developer may want to use. That doesn't create new public park that we have to maintain to help meet our level of service standard. We did an analysis several years ago, and some of the members who were on council before have seen this as well. The Trust for Public Land had a little cheat sheet you can use to kind of, or a tool online to determine whether you are, your park distribution is equitable. We are not meeting their level of standard of what is equitable. So we create that with the standards we're putting into this open space ordinance. So a developer creates a new development using one of the tools that we have available. They'll have to create that new open space for that development, and thereby creating some kind of park space or whatever it is for those residents. We initially thought we were going to introduce this new level of service standard. We decided not to go with that. After working with legal staff, there were a lot of things that were going to be problematic with this. This is something that we could probably, city could consider as a comprehensive plan amendment if they want to replace their parks level of service standard in the future. So we did not introduce this. This was in previous versions. We did not introduce this in this current version. Exemptions from this. Residential subdivisions located a quarter mile of an existing park. Infill residential development. And an example of that's on the image on the right side. So you have a piece of property that's surrounded by development. It has the infrastructure there, it has the parks there, the road there, and the utilities available to connect to it. That's considered to be an infill development. So in those particular cases, we're not going to require a minimum open space requirement if they use one of the tools available to us, such as a planned development rezoning. Redundant standards, the matrix you see on the left side, that is currently in our code. We did not create this. This is standards that are available now, and these are regulations there now. So if you want to create a planned industrial development, special zoning district, there's a minimum open space requirement of 20%. That's right now. The same thing with the others you see there. Planned development, there's a minimum 35% open space requirement. The difference with this ordinance is now we're applying a matrix of definitions of what those open spaces are with some minimum standards that apply to all its development options. The thresholds have not changed. With that, I'll try and answer any questions for you. We're basically asking you for permission to go forward with advertising this ordinance.
Thank you, Brad, for putting that together. As I looked through the open space categories, some things jumped out at me that might be missing for us to consider, like, I don't know, pickleball courts, basketball courts, because it looks like in the definition of playground just kind of talks about playgrounds, unless I missed that.
That's correct. So the standards talk about the applicant has to utilize, identify inside their open space, a minimum piece has to be active and a minimum piece has to be passive. And so they could choose which ones are going to be there, but at least some component has to be active and some component has to be passive. The active part is going to be those areas where they have pickleball courts, we're going to have stabilized surfaces for tennis courts, basketball, whatever that might be. That's going to be active. And that's defined in the standards further up in this code.
What I'm saying is I'm looking at the list of open space categories, right? And it doesn't list those other features unless I'm missing it.
No, it doesn't. So we didn't want to get that specific. So if they decide to use one of the active spaces that are in here, such as a playground, there's nothing that prohibits them from being able to utilize or incorporate some kind of recreational component, such as a tennis court or pickleball court, into that.
So they would have to do it along with whatever they're doing. They couldn't just do 20 pickleball courts and not a playground.
Correct. We did not want, again, we didn't want to come up with a quantifiable list that if you have so many square feet of required open space, you must have so many pickleball courts or so many fountains or so many benches. That, we could not find examples of that anywhere in of other codes. And we found that to be cumbersome and actually restrictive as far as being able to allow for a developer to be creative.
I get that. I was just, as I think some of these plan developments maybe come about, I think, pickleball is obviously that hot attraction. So that was the first example that came to mind, but I did not know if we were maybe limiting ourselves to what type of outdoor amenities. Did we think about all the possible options? So that was the reason for my question. Member Moscoso?
Sure, thank you. So right now with plan development, because I do think there are some things coming down the pipeline. For plan development, it is 35% open space, and then it would go down to 20%, but it would, no.
The threshold will stay the same.
So it's going to say 35%, but it's going to be more quality. So stormwater would, where previously stormwater counted in that 35, stormwater ponds counted in that open space, they will no longer count. Is that correct?
So in the plan development zoning, what has been done in the past is the developer will utilize their stormwater system or a natural water body if the one's on the property, and just count that towards the open space by maybe putting in a bench next to it, a walkway around it, or just a fountain in the middle of it. And then that gets counted. What this standard says is you can only count half of that, up to half of all of those water bodies.
Only half.
Correct.
And it's so, but it's still 35% open space for plan development.
Correct.
So we're really getting just higher quality property that they're having to, or more usable property instead of ponds and things that people really might not be able to use.
It will help us in the negotiating with them is making sure that there are some quality amenities as part of that.
Okay.
Usable, common open space.
And I saw that there would be some projects that would be grandfathered in just because of where they are in the process. Would you be able to give us a list? It doesn't have to be tonight, but if you have a list of those projects, I'd love to see those as well.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Member Stokel?
Yes. One of the things I was thinking about as I was going through this, because I have seen this come up, I think the biggest thing that I feel like everyone, us and developers are wanting is for us to be very clear. That has been the biggest thing. And I think for those of us that have been on council, one of the big frustrations was open space provides some amenities and they put in a park bench and it's like, thank you. And so what I want to make sure is happening, and I think we're very close to that, is that we're very clear, so there's no ambiguity, and that if I were a developer, I'd go for the cheapest option. And so I want to make sure that there's good incentive for them to do something that would be a quality amenity for the residents that will be living there. So that's one area. The other area I was thinking, Brad, and I don't know if it's in this, is I remember when we were talking about the 50 and 95 project, and that was potentially going to be a live local or planned development. There was concern about the gray area regarding what the floor area ratio is. Can I even get the open space with how it's written? Is that cleaned up in this? Do you remember when I was having that discussion? I don't know if it is or not.
You're referring to the live local ordinance that the city adopted. That's a separate ordinance.
Okay.
What it did is we adopted, the ordinance adopted the urban village minimum open space criteria into that ordinance. And so it does a reference back to those standards. So if they now are required, they do a live local project, they have to put in some kind of open space requirement, it'll refer back to this ordinance as far as asking developer, all right, pick and choose what you're going to put into that open space.
Okay.
And so it's, right now, I think the live local law, the minimum based on the urban village zoning is 20%,
Okay.
which is different from that floor area ratio that you're stating.
Okay, and I guess that's where I'm wondering, I can't remember if the floor area ratio issue that was getting brought up, that was very unclear, if it was concerning open space or if it was concerning live local.
That floor area ratio question was related to the minimum percent of the building has to be utilized for mixed use, of a mixed use component.
Okay.
And so if they decide to do a multifamily development that has several floors, the square footage of all of that, including all the floors,
Okay.
20% of that has to be counted toward, or some percentage has to be counted towards a minimum mixed use component. as part
In
of that
relation to
development.
the open space area, or?
That's different. That's just that floor area ratio you're talking about is just the building
Okay,
itself.
so there
The
wasn't an
building.
issue with the open space then? It was just the floor area ratio that,
What I recall when that ordinance was being drafted, that was the biggest issue.
okay. Okay, wanted to clarify that. Also clarifying, I think this primarily affects the PD zoning and then some of those other ones that you listed. Does this impact land use for open space recreation as well? Or is this just looking at those certain categories of PD, that particular zoning?
Sorry, this is only amending the development options types. So if you look on page 764 of your packet,
Okay.
so the ordinance is, everything you see in black text that's existing language, what is strike through and underlined, that is either
Okay.
strike through is being removed or underlined, that is brand new language. So you see the thresholds there for each of those development types in that matrix are not changing. Those are the same. And in the case of the RMU, there's some of them just being carried over. They have not changed the thresholds.
Okay. And
But
then.
this only applies to those listed development types you see on that table.
Okay. And I feel like what I see happening is that we're improving the quality. I just want to make sure that there's not something I'm missing. And then to kind of what the mayor was saying in regard to where we're starting on 771 with the different categories, I'm thinking maybe instead of like playground, we did something labeled recreation. So it could be a playground or a pickleball court or something active, if we're trying to make it more clear of what's going to be allowed.
I refer you to page 760 and 761.
Okay.
Paragraphs, it looks like it's Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, and 4.
7, 6.
So we struggled a lot with this part too.
Okay.
So this is where the applicant is supposed to, is telling them, you include a passive component, include an active component, and kind of gives you a definition of what those are, gives you examples of what those are. So there's nothing that prohibits nature trails, lakes, bikeways, swimming pools, tennis courts, similar recreational amenities. But if they're going to incorporate those into a passive or active portion, it has to make sense. So if they're going to propose a natural way or greenway, which is defined in the matrix and that's passive, you've loaded up with tennis courts or pickleball courts, we're not going to call that passive, because that by definition is not a greenway as it's defined. That is impacting the environmental area there. That you're creating a lot of surface area.
Okay. No, I see what you're saying. I want to got to sit on for a little bit because I hear you on that. And I think we have to just think, is our intent to save all the green space, or is their intent to have higher quality amenities? And I think that's what we need to think about. Okay, I think that might be all my questions. All right.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Member Nelson?
I'm being picky, Brad, so, bear with me. Page 760, 3AI. You're talking about such usable space shall include a minimum of one active and passive recreational area. Are you saying one active recreational area and one passive recreational area?
Right, so let's say you have 20% of open space requirement. That's your minimum,
Okay.
right? So if you decide to, you can't just make all of it passive. There has to be something that you can choose out of that matrix that you're going to call out on your plan that is obviously active.
Okay, the pickiness in me would say shall include a minimum of one active and one passive recreational area.
What you're on line, can you tell me which line you're on page 760?
34,
34, okay.
33, and 34.
We can change that.
So I would suggest changing it, and that's just me being picky. That's what we do. That's what we do. The other question I had was, if you go to the next page, D, I, 1, 2, and 3, you're talking about 50% of the natural water body and stormwater system qualify as open space area, and 50% or more of the active and usable area shall be above the elevation. I think I'm getting it. So I have this area. 50% is above the appropriate elevation, above the 125-year stormwater event. So of that, I can only count 50%.
That paragraph 2, that Roman numeral 2, 50% in that 25-year, that's a stormwater design standard.
Okay, explain further.
So when you, and this is where Kevin has to help me, but when you're designing a stormwater system, there's a standard level of service standard you have to meet.
Okay.
So the minimum is that standard you see referenced in paragraph 2, Roman numeral 2 there. So what that's basically saying is, again, it's reiterating what paragraph 1 is saying. You can't use more than 50% of your stormwater system or ponds towards your open space.
Okay, the way I'm reading it is that I look at how much of the active and usable area is above the elevation.
Yeah.
And say it's half an acre. Make it 1 acre. 1 acre is above that. And then I go to paragraph 1, and the way I'm reading it is I can only use 50% of that number. Am I right?
What's
Right or
below
wrong?
that elevation is probably going to be stormwater. What's above it is what's going to be usable. So it's trying to keep you from using all of your stormwater system or even natural water bodies towards open space. It's saying you can only use half of what's below that elevation towards that.
I think it's confusing.
Okay. This is something we worked with our city engineer back and forth to make sure. And this is something we also found from other codes. But we can evaluate it again just to make sure.
Coming from a family of engineers, they're a little confusing. They didn't hear that. Well, they say I'm confusing. So, highway, industrial, infill.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? Highway, industrial,
Infill.
That was all the question was.
That was the end of the question. I'm making it confusing. In here,
Are you referring to the matrix back on the previous page?
right. And it talks about 0 open space.
I'm
So-
sorry. You're looking at page 764, correct? This is the
Maybe.
development types? Or are you looking at the standards that are further down? Because currently there is not a minimum of open space inside the highway industrial infill M3 zoning district.
So I was curious, why?
This is a good question. When you look at what this zoning district was created, it does require some open space component as part of the design, but doesn't give very good standards on that. So if you look on further down in the ordinance, paragraph D, section 30-163D, which I'll go down to that.
Okay.
Which is on page 765. So each of those development standards, after that matrix, then you have the standard and some additional standards that are specifically related to that particular development type. So M3, for example.
So it's talking about usable open spaces should be designed as integral parts of the site and building design.
And further down on paragraph 2, so under D there, M3, paragraph 1 and 2, 2 says greenbelt properties. And this says a greenbelt of 35 feet along the front setback or abutting the highway. So then that's also defined in the, I believe in the matrix, what that might be. So it's already telling you what type of open space you have to have as part of your development. And these particular zoning districts are rarely used. In fact, they're only along South Street between 50 and Fox Lake. There are only a few properties that have this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Discussion? Did I already call the cards on this one? Okay.
I gave a card. I didn't give you a card?
Open space?
Can I give you one afterwards?
It's up to council if they'll hear it after the thing. Member Nelson?
Yeah, I would be okay with it.
All right. Is there a second? Everybody, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
And she,
Sorry, you're good. I just have to follow procedure. Appreciate you.
Yes, okay, sorry, thank you, and I'm sorry I forgot, I got mixed up. Quite clearly, staff did a lot of work on this proposed ordinance and deserves praise for all their thoughtful work. I find this subject is way above my pay grade, okay? I like the pictures, though. The pictures were great. So I want to bring a little levity and to give them some praise. So I did work with another advocate who was studying it as well. She couldn't come tonight. But together, we just want to say that we think the staff did a really good job and that it should be adopted. It's a good improvement, and I think it'll provide a lot of clarity to the developers of these different types of developments that are required to have open space. Then there's the LID aspect of it as well, and so that benefits the lagoon. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents worth. Yes, please adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Council, can I have a motion? It's advisability, so. City manager?
We're waiting for council to make a motion if they want to approve the advisability.
Yeah. Somewhere,
So-
Member Nelson.
move to approve the advisability on the open space ordinance.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion from council? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City manager.
So moving on to 11B, the outsourcing registry of foreclosed and vacant properties. And we're asking city council to review the selection committee's rankings and provide direction on whether to outsource the registry and vacant properties with the number one firm or to continue managing the process in-house through Code Enforcement Division. And we have Glenn Tollison, who is going to be the advocate for managing it in-house.
Hey, Glenn.
Yes, good evening, everyone. The bid did go out. 3 firms did apply. They were reviewed by a 3-person panel, with which I was one of those people. Came back that Munireg came in number 1. And if the council wishes to go out to a third party, the recommendation would be to award contract to them or to stay in-house. And again, I am a proponent for keeping it in-house. We took it over in 2023 when Pro Champs crashed. And currently, we have 130 registered, got 5 more today. We scrape the same data pretty much. We use Realty Track, ADAM platform data, the clerk's office. We may not get them all, but the big thing that should be told is that we are proactive. We know where these properties are. And 90% of all of our properties are occupied, which the vacant registry doesn't really do anything for that. I mean, we know where they're at, but if they're occupied, their property management companies don't do anything to an occupied property. It comes back to us. So we do it anyway. And but with that, all 3 companies were very good. They're very good at what they do, but it is their business. Again, we do a really good job, and actually, within the city, we get more lien requests, probably 10 a day, on property moving within the city. So we spend a lot of time doing that. And like I said, we're up to, there's currently around 25,270 residences within both the zip codes here. And out of that, according to Realty Track and to them, they show 134. We're currently at 126, not counting the 5 that came in today. Again, they probably have more data because that's what they do, and they have better software than we do. But again, I'm an advocate of, I like to keep stuff in-house and keep those funds coming to our citizens. With that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes, Glenn, I definitely agree to keep it in-house, especially when I saw that the contractor is taking, we're only getting like 33%. And that 65% that we're losing, that you already garner from it, I think that even if it took an additional person in our office, we would be ahead of the game. Now, my question to you is, you don't feel that you have too many to manage? I mean, I'm kind of person, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So are you able to manage what you have with the people that you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Member Stokel?
Yes. My biggest thing, and I've told you this, is what's the most cost-effective thing for us to do, and how can we better clean up blight as well? So that's kind of where my head is at. So my question is, okay, so we have 130 registered currently, and how much do they pay? What's our fee?
150.
150, and they pay that annually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then not to cut you off, but with that, we have to keep track of that, so to make sure we send the renewals out ahead of time.
Okay. And then, so we have 130 right now. How many vacant properties do we have that aren't registered?
That I don't know, because I have to work off the data we have. And that's
Okay,
according to Realty Track and
Okay.
ADAM Data Platform in the clerk's office.
Okay.
And we do scrub them twice or every 2 weeks.
Okay. And I think that's where I am wondering, do we have a barrier that we may need to purchase something if we don't have that software to be able to know? Because that I can't answer the question if it's cost effective. I can tell you that we have 130 at 150 each annually, but I don't know, I can't tell you how much we're losing annually as well. So that makes it difficult for me to make a decision regarding this. And then my other question I had was, I noticed that all three people that were on the committee ranked the different companies differently. Could you explain why that is? Because I don't.
I can only attest to way I ranked them. I have no idea what the
But do you know
others
what they
think.
were ranked on, or what? Because I don't. We don't have any score sheets or anything in here to show.
The score sheets should have been in the packet.
They're not in here.
Oh.
It just says how they ranked them, but I don't know why. Like, why did it makes me wonder, why did the finance person rank some other company number
Actually,
one
the
versus-
finance person,
And you
I don't
all
even-
three ranked a different person. for
right,
number
I'm not
one.
really sure that the finance person, other than the finance side of it, knew what the vacant registry actually was.
Which, again, makes it difficult for me
So
to,
his was based purely on the applicant's presentations, I'm sure.
okay.
Some were, and I have to admit, to me, they were all three the same. I've seen them, used them for 10 years when they were pro champs, so I didn't have a lot of questions. And I basically went down to what they were offering the city. Two of them were $100, and one was $125.
Okay. Okay.
Member Nelson?
When we started this, we did it because we had so many vacant buildings and the banks were not taking care of the property. And it was our way of making sure that we had somebody who was responsible,
Yes, ma'am.
accountable to us. And I think we've gotten past that. So to me, I would rather turn around and leave it with our officials because you guys are out there looking at the property. And if it's overgrown, if it's not being taken care of, you're there monitoring the situation. So I think we're at the point where we can handle it in-house, whereas when COVID sprang up, we couldn't do it. And I think we had something like 500 properties that were owned by banks.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was overgrown, broken windows, broken doors, just problems. So for me, right now, I would rather turn around and turn it back over to code enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso?
Thank you. I'm not sure who wrote this document, but I think the analysis really shows the heart of our code enforcement. And I just want to read a little piece of it. And it says, in-house management provides irreplaceable benefits in governance, quality, community relationships, and policy flexibility, the ability to directly align enforcement with community development goals, exercise discretion in hardship cases, and maintain transparent accountability to residents represents significant value that extends beyond simple operational metrics. And I think that is something our code enforcement does well, and that's why it's also paired up with our TPD. Because they're not just out there writing violations. And I feel very confident with code enforcement keeping this because we have Glenn at the head and even some of our residents who perhaps don't like anything we do, they can all agree that they're very thankful for you and the job you're doing. So if you are willing to take it on, I think I would lean more towards that because the easy thing for you to say would be, we don't want the extra work. Let's outsource it. But not only are you saving us money, you're really working on those relationships within our community. For that, I want to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. And just to clarify for all those folks that weren't here when council initially asked the RFP to go out, probably back in January now.
It was the first meeting in January, so.
Yeah, and staff didn't put it out until after we had a city manager change. So that was 4 months later. This is really going after the people that are foreclosing on people's homes in Titusville. I'm not talking about charging the residents of Titusville, but banks that are foreclosing on people in Titusville. And every city has a mechanism for tracking that and making sure that those banks are in compliance with all the accountable regulation. And, quite honestly, we probably should charge them more. They're foreclosing on our residents, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure we're efficient and effective with our time. And code enforcement does a lot. That is absolutely true. And if we have an opportunity to provide them with an effective tool to be more efficient and collect potentially more revenue, because from the data that I've seen, we're only collecting on about 60% of all available foreclosure fees. And I don't know how in-house we're tracking the renewals, but that's kind of an important question to ask because an average foreclosure lasts about 3 years. So while we charge them $150 the first year, they have to pay $150 the second year.
That's
And
correct.
the third year. So what is our mechanism? If we're currently have 130 registered, and let's say in the last 24 months, we've had 264 foreclosures off the top of my head that I know that answer to, what are we doing to be making sure that we're collecting all these?
Again, we go with the data that we have available to us. And again, I don't know what data that you got, but I go from what we're able to obtain, which is the clerk's office and really track which we don't have a subscription to, so it may be outdated. And again, it may be 60% that we miss. But we are on the street every day.
No,
And
not discounting
And we
that.
do that. And again, we do. As soon as the lease pendants comes in, we send it directly to the attorney of record. And again, for us, let's say that you do go third party. If someone does not register, they have to send it back to us to take back in front of the magistrate. If something's going on, if it's an occupied dwelling, they can't do anything. It comes back to us. We're already doing it. So is the 40% that we're missing the better benefit? I don't know. That's up for y'all to decide.
And I appreciate that, Glenn, and I know we've had some healthy dialogue about this. One of the items where we really reinforced to making sure this RFP got out is because we had a gentleman come before us asking us to vacate his fine that he got from our magistrate because the letters weren't getting to him, because they were going to a previous property owner. And so again, if we're pulling data from the wrong place and don't have a subscription to the latest and greatest software that actually scrubs information from all the applicable places and outsourcing it to a firm that has that data, and then at the end of the day, if there is an issue, it goes right back to code enforcement until, like you said, but the data is there. That's basically what we're paying for, is the data that we don't really have currently. So again, my recommendation would be, very simply, is to look at getting a good vendor that can supply us a healthy amount of data. I would also advise council to take a look at our foreclosure fee amount, because again, that $150 was probably written into the code. When do you think, Tom, that was written into the code?
No, sir, that was set by council in 2023.
The $150 amount?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not that old, but sometimes you look at things and go, okay, costs have gone up. But at the end of the day, we're talking about charging banks in New York and other areas, not our residents. So again, that's just my 2 cents. Member Stokel?
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I feel like this is turning into we don't like code enforcement. Code enforcement is not doing a good job, and that's completely not what this is. I rave about your department all the time. This is strictly, and they will still be boots on the ground, going to properties, helping the residents. This is strictly for vacant properties. And the way I'm looking at this is you don't have the software. We're missing out, and you're limited by what software you do have. And so for me, especially when I go to the conferences and I'm seeing other municipalities doing things proactively to clean up their cities, to collect more revenue so they can lower taxes, I jump on those things. And so when I heard about this, when I saw that this was an option, and I've been talking about this since we've had pro champs, trying to get something done with this to give us better tools. And that's where I come from. If I'm in my job and I know I'm limited in my job because I don't have the appropriate software, I can't do certain things, I would just like us to get there. And it's not that our department's not doing well. I just want to see us be elevated and be more proactive if we have access to different tools to help us. That is where I'm coming from. So part of me, and the big thing that I feel like I don't have information on that's clear is, what are we missing out on? Because you're saying 60% that we're missing out on. We don't know because we're limited with the data. So part of me is thinking maybe we table this to the next meeting and try to get accurate information so we can make an informed decision. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards. Just because I would like to know that number of what are we missing out on and what could this potential new software company provide for us in addition to what code enforcement's doing, not taking away from what they're doing.
100%. This is done strictly to help support and elevate and provide the right software. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, we saw that come up firsthand in a real life situation. Vice Mayor Cole.
You mentioned something about us not having a subscription to a registry that you need, and I guess my question is, why?
Right now, we're actually going through another transition of software, and this really hasn't been at the forefront for us because we've been on top of it the best we could. It is something that we could look at adding software. Like I said, right now, we're in transition from Citizen Serve back to Clarity.
So would that registration help you capture more of the places in the houses in the community that are under foreclosure?
Well, when we used ProChamps, and that was 2014 when I came on with the city, and they were using it at that time. And the city had just suffered from 2009 to then massive layoffs, housing went down, and there were a lot of vacant registries being registered. Again, though, not a lot of them were vacant, and that's the case today. I'd say 90% of them are occupied. It does give you someone to contact, and the first thing they ask us is it occupied? Yes. And they, okay.
Okay. I tend to agree with Member Stokel that if we had a cost analysis of X number of properties versus the 35% that we're going to get from the contractor versus you doing it and we get 100% of it and we give you the correct software to track it. And I think if we had additional information or some form of cost analysis, it would assist us in making the decision better. I mean, I really want it to stay in-house, but it may be smarter to go out-house. So, whatever, okay?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cole.
Outhouse, yeah, outhouse.
Are you finished?
Oh, yes.
Member Moscoso.
Sure. And this question is for Mr. Stokes. So what role would our new city attorney have in this if we kept it in-house?
There'd probably be a very minimal role. I mean, the attorney would review the documents, the registration forms and everything, just to make sure staff is set up right. But on the back end, with enforcement, maybe if there are some demand letters, if somebody is not participating, legal could have some demand letters that would go out and things like that. But beyond that, I don't think the attorney would play a
I'm only asking Mr. Severs, who was one of our previous attorneys. He said that would be a good question to ask a new attorney coming in, if they've had, if they've handled any collection cases, code enforcement, things like that. So I was just curious how this would play.
No, I would agree with him. That is, code enforcement in general is something that the attorney generally very involved in, both with the regular code enforcement hearings. And then also, as far as enforceability, what the council needs to decide as a policy consideration is if properties aren't registering as required, how aggressive does the city want to get? Do we really want to go after them and have some hammer in there that can penalize them for it or not? I mean, it is true the banks generally, they have such a large volume of homes in foreclosure at any given time, they don't pay a lot of attention. You have to get their attention, you know, and so that sometimes takes effort.
Okay, thank you. So I mean, I'm in favor of keeping it in-house, but I'm also okay if we want to table it and get more information moving forward.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Member Stokel.
Yep, just to clarify for Member Moscoso, back when we had pro champs, I think part of the issues with them and how they kind of went away, essentially, they didn't have lawyers, I think, helping to enforce it. And then when I had talked to our legal staff, they just didn't have capacity to go after that many. And so then these other companies kind of opened up, and I've seen them at conferences. And so what I think, I don't know if all of them do, but I know some of them have attorneys on staff, so they are able to do, as Mr. Stokes said, kind of go after them a little bit more aggressively than I think we can at the moment.
If I may add something, one thing that is a great tool that's probably not used by enough cities often enough is if these properties are in foreclosure, if they're owned by the bank at the time, if you make violation of this a code violation and you get a code case through and it goes to a lien on the property, you get the bank's attention because under Florida law, when you have a lien on one property, you have the lien on every property they own. Now all of a sudden banks are looking at, you know, this lien in Titusville is potentially creating a cloud on every piece of property we own in the state. That gets their attention, so.
Thank you, Attorney Stokes. Member Nelson.
I would be interested, excuse me, in seeing what kind of software we could buy, what the cost would be. In terms of $150 per property, the 150, 130 pieces of property, I mean, that's netting us $19,000. So we're not talking huge amounts. So I'm not sure if it's really worth going to an outside person. But I would like to know how much that software would be.
Vice Mayor Cole.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we table.
We do have a card. It's C.J. Johnson. He's with the Hera Property Registry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is C.J. Johnson. I'm a Brevard County resident, live down in Melbourne. I'm one of the vendors that applied for the bid for the RFP. I've noticed that everyone that's come up here tonight is really focused on what they really care about, and that is making Titusville better. And what our company does and what we focus on is, in the 200 cities that we work with nationally, is focusing on what makes them better and helping them with the best possible data. We've talked a lot about the data source. The source that we use, that is the same source that Glenn here was referring to, and it costs over $100,000 a year. So from a cost analysis, it probably doesn't make sense for an individual city to subscribe to something like that. But because we aggregate it with all of our subscriptions with all of our clients, it makes fiscal sense. One thing I did want to point out, the bid that we submitted is not accurate, and it was not accurately portrayed in the bid response by the board that graded it. We came in at $75, and I confirmed that multiple times with city staff and on the official form in the RFP. So we submitted that form and confirmed that that was correct. So in the individual grading sheets, which I did a public records request and received this morning, it does not look like that was accurately reflected given the scoring. I wanted to make that clear tonight because from everything that I'm hearing with the city of Titusville, transparency is very important, and I wanted to give the councils the most and accurate and best possible information to make a decision. Something that we could help provide, if necessary, is data at no cost, so you can make a decision whether you want to go in-house or not, whether it's us or another vendor. It's entirely up to the council. But as a company, what we really strive to do is give the cities the best information to make the best decisions for their residents. And we believe we're doing that with over 200 cities that we're working with nationally, many within the state of Florida, including City of Jacksonville, City of Miami, Hillsborough County, City of Palm Bay. What we would ask is possibly a regrading given the incorrect form that was not, or the form that we submitted was not accurately portrayed in the grading.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Cole?
See, it even adds more credence to the fact that I think we should table it, because I was talking about buying software and I thought it was going to be $20,000. There's no damn way I would have thought it would have been $100,000. So that's all the more reason that I'm going to make a motion that we table this and get more information, get software cost and all these kinds of things, and the percentage that we think that if we gave it to a firm to do it, what percentage increase would we have over the percentage that we do now?
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion from council?
Yeah, I would suggest we table it to August 12th. Give us some time.
I accept that. Yes, okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to piggyback off the amendments. And would your motion include getting data from an outside source? Because as Glenn
Yes.
said, he doesn't have the data he's working off the data that he has, right? And so are you going to make that specific request of that gentleman right there, or just anybody?
Wow.
Member Stokel?
I don't want to put, would you be able to send us information as council? I'm happy to provide it, no problem.
Okay, I guess I'm a little bit confused as to how the misinformation came. If you said $75, and
I think that's a question for our RFP and purchasing department, and we can ask those questions later.
All right.
All right, so I have a motion to table it to August 12th, if I'm not mistaken, right? The second stands, and they're going to provide us the data to hopefully make an educated decision. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you. I was wondering what this gentleman was doing here. Now I understand. He's here to talk about Public Works.
We are on 12A.
Yep. It's all you guys.
Great presentation, Public Works. Kevin can introduce our consultant and go over the proposed rates for FY '26.
If we could get the presentation. All right, there's, as Tom mentioned, we give a brief objective overview for the night before I turn it over to our consultant here. So you're going to see the water sewer preliminary rates, solid waste preliminary rates, and we'll be asking you to set the maximum rate increase for the stormwater assessment, because we do have a billing notice that has to go out for the special assessment. So the only item being set tonight is the maximum rate that will be published on the letters going out to the residents for stormwater. I would say that water sewer can also be considered maximum, because we'll be doing a billing notice that if you go with the rates we have tonight as a maximum, we'll be pushing that out to our bills, because we do have to notice all residents of a proposed rate increase on water sewer through our billing system, and that takes us about a month to cycle the entire city. And you'll see water, sewer, and solid waste come back during the budget process. The stormwater assessment will be at a public hearing on August 26th of this year for the special assessment. And with that, I'll turn it over to Peter with Stantec.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Peter Napoli. I work with Stantec Consulting. We're based in Tampa, Florida. We help cities, counties around the state of Florida with all things rates, fees, funding, financial forecasting. So it's been a pleasure to work with the city of Titusville for the first time this year and with staff. I have a brief presentation for you tonight of the preliminary results for 2 of the funds and then our proposed results for the Stormwater Fund. So this presentation will review the revenue sufficiency analyses. That's what we call the study that we perform for the city. And the presentation will review all the components of that and the results of that study. So a little agenda, I'll start out by talking about our process, talking about what this entails, and then we'll go through the 3 separate enterprise funds and the 3 separate analyses that we performed for the city, water and sewer, solid waste, and then stormwater, and then we'll summarize the recommendations at the end. So to talk a little bit about our process, essentially the revenue sufficiency analysis supports the city's annual budget process. So annually, it's the city's task to figure out what rates are necessary to support the operations, capital funding, debt funding, and transfers for each of the enterprise funds. The enterprise funds run like a business, so the charges for services should reflect the cost of that service. So that's part of what we're doing is we're evaluating the current rates. We're looking at what kind of revenue needs to be generated by those rates in order to cover all the obligations and ensure that the funds are sustainable over a long-term period. So we use our financial forecasting models, which are a 10-year outlook. So it's a pretty long timeline for these funds, but it's necessary because of the capital funding and infrastructure needs, especially on the water and sewer side in that capital improvement program, and to ensure that there's sufficient funding throughout that 10-year period. The value of this process is to identify the short-term and long-term impacts of your current decisions. So the decisions that you face today in this upcoming budget year in regards to rates have long-term impacts on the funding sustainability of the water and sewer, solid waste, and stormwater funds. And it's hard to see that without a long-term forecasting model. Because budget works on an annual basis, you really only think about the upcoming year. So having that long-term forecasting model assists the city with that vision. And then finally, the source data and key assumptions. So we use the data from the city and we work with the finance team and the public works team to acquire the data that we need. We have your current year 2025 adjusted budget, revenues and expenses for all those 3 separate enterprise funds, your proposed budget for this upcoming budget year, your capital improvement program over a 10-year period, and the buildings and infrastructure and different types of assets that are necessary over that 10-year period have been identified by the city. And then we also forecast and use forecasting assumptions for the budget to forecast the operating expenses, the departmental expenses like personnel services, benefits, repair and maintenance, operating costs, et cetera. So one more slide here just to review the financial management plan. A successful financial management plan is what we're helping the city with these 3 enterprise funds. And at the end of the day, that addresses 3 main components. Cash flow needs, so ensuring that you have enough cash in the reserve balances to keep the lights on, pay the employees, and cover all the obligations. Operating reserves, so in case of any emergencies or unforeseen circumstances, you have to have a savings account in these 3 separate enterprise funds. It helps with debt rating, it helps with liquidity purposes. And then thirdly, debt service coverage goes towards the rating. You have to have a certain amount of revenues to cover your ongoing debt obligations, so the principal and interest that's owed each year for outstanding debt. So with that, we'll get into the water and sewer analysis first. And as Mr. Cook was explaining, this can kind of be looked at from a more preliminary level at this point. The one rate that you have to look at this tonight, I believe, is the stormwater rate. But just to summarize where we're at currently with the water and sewer analysis, the primary objective is to evaluate the sufficiency of those water and sewer rates that all the customers in the city pay. The observations, this just kind of summarizes where the fund is currently based on the 2025 budget. So I know it might be hard to see from where you're sitting, but the 2025 revenue, and this is majority of it is that rate revenue from water and sewer rates. There are some other operating revenues, is about $29 million annually in the current year. So that's the amount that's going to be affected by any kind of percentage increase. It'll mostly increase if there's a 10% rate increase, that amount increases. The 2025 operating expenses, so this is the personnel, the benefits, the repair and maintenance, all of those budgeted annually recurring operating expenses are about $22 million currently. There's transfers, so the utility fund has certain transfers to the general fund for administrative overhead and some other things. Those total $5.2 million. And then there's debt service this year of $5.5 million, which is unusually large because there's a big payment of a 2020 water and sewer bond that's going to expire after this year. It's the final payment, and that's about $3.6 million of that amount. So when you add all that up, you can see that just in this current year, there's a net income, or really a net deficit of about $4.8 million. So when you experience that, you use reserve fund balances to cover that gap. And then finally, the average annual CIP spending is about $21 million based on that plan that we were given. So that's about $210 million over a 10-year time frame, beginning next year and going all the way out to 2035. And finally, some of the rate drivers to consider here is a minimum reserve balance and debt service coverage. So this next slide here is a whole lot to look at, and it's really hard to see on that screen.
Do you sell glasses?
I'll try to walk you through it all so you understand what's going on here, and then in the future I will try to consolidate this a little bit.
Can I just stop you real quick?
Yes, sir.
City manager, we didn't, unless anybody else, we didn't get it in our packet, so normally we're able to kind of view it on our screen. So can you make sure that we all get that, please? Can you make sure we get this presentation, please? Oh,
Well, I actually did. I requested it because I noticed it wasn't. I was quite concerned that we were voting on percentages and we had never even seen this presentation. So for me, that was a concern. So I had time to go through it. I got it. I requested it over the weekend, and I think I got it Saturday, maybe. I'm not sure the exact date, but I had the presentation in advance. But that was quite a big concern. Is we're voting on stuff, and I mean, how are you supposed to figure this out right now in this meeting?
Member Nelson.
I was going to say, I've got it, Megan's got it, Herman.
No, when I had my briefing, I guess I don't think they had it. Kind of had my briefing on Wednesday, I think, or Thursday. Yeah.
I mean, is there a way we can turn around, at least share, so that, I
No,
mean,
mean,
that's.
I can definitely follow along, but I just wanted to.
It would be nice if somebody could email it to us.
Mhm.
So I can pull it up.
Okay,
No,
so.
that was my omission. I should have emailed to you. I did get it a couple days ago, and I should have gotten it to you.
Can you shoot it over to us right now?
Kip, do you have it?
Kevin, can you?
Yeah, I can.
All right, thank you, Sandy.
Yeah, we'll mail it to you right now.
Yeah. Continue with your presentation.
Okay. All right. I'll try to go through it in depth and vocalize everything that's going on here because I understand it's hard for you guys to see line by line. And it's your first time seeing it too. After, several years of working with clients, they get used to what they're seeing here. But what this is, we call it the dashboard or the control panel from our financial model. It has the important graphs and it just summarizes the results of the 10-year projection period. At the top and you can't really read it from where you're at, but at the top are the rate increases that are input into the plan. So it's 10 years of rate increases that we have as a scenario for the council's consideration. You're only considering 1 year at a time. This just kind of gives you a look as to see if you went through with a certain plan, how would that affect your financial sustainability over a period of time? So what we have input into the model currently is 5% increases over the 10-year period. The city most recently went through a 5% increase to the water and sewer rates, so this is a continuation of that rate plan. It is that's shown at the top of the screen. So in the middle of the screen is what we call the CIP execution. So that plan, that CIP plan that I was referring to earlier, that was $210 million over a 10-year period. In reality, cities usually execute that at a lower level. It's difficult to fully execute those capital plans just having the manpower alone to have the crews out there and address all the needs. So there is that part of the reality, and then the other part of the reality is the funding and financial funding ability to cover that plan. So for this current scenario of maintaining those 5% increases, we've identified that the CIP can be funded at about 70% of that 100% capital plan. So what that gets you is about $147 million of the $210 million projects that are identified. Then the graphs in the bottom half of the screen summarize. On the left-hand side, the top left graph is your fund balance. So it's your savings account for the utility, for the water and sewer utility fund. The blue bar is how much money is left over in that account in each year. There's a black line going across. That represents the minimum reserve target. You wouldn't want your fund balance falling below that line because then you'd be you would be ignoring that target, and it wouldn't be a good situation financially. The blue bar is very large in the beginning, and that's because there is a reserve balance that's been carried forward, and then we have that being spent down very quickly on capital projects up front. So in the bottom middle graph, you can see that there's different colors in that graph. That's the CIP funding. So if there's a green, that's cash. You can fund capital projects with cash, or you can fund it with debt or grants. That graph there summarizes the funding that's worked into the plan, and we have that cash balance in the account being spent down very quickly, and then debt being used to fund the remainder of the capital projects. So what this is telling us is that with a 5% plan, you could essentially fund 70% of your capital projects, but the vast majority of that funding would need to come from debt because the cash flow dynamics of the utility model currently are not providing a whole lot of extra cash after your revenues pay for your operating expenses. It's not providing a whole lot of extra cash to cash fund capital. So a lot of cities and utilities make it their goal they call it pay-go funding or pay-as-you-go funding, and they like to cash fund capital. But debt is often very necessary for utility capital projects because they're very expensive, and they also benefit the community over a long period of time, so it makes sense to spread that cost over a long period of time. So debt is often a useful instrument for funding capital projects. This current scenario, under 5% increases, you'd have to fund $132 million of those projects with debt. So the vast majority of the projects that are in that plan need to be debt funded. We are tracking your debt service coverage on this page too. It's in the middle in that light blue bar. You don't want your debt service coverage going below a 1.5 threshold. So this actually shows that with your current revenues, you have sufficient coverage to take out all that debt to fund these projects. So you're not threatening your coverage ratios and threatening your bond rating if you take out that debt. But yeah, this is just one potential scenario. We like to cooperate with the city and staff to generate as many scenarios as you want to see. Higher rate increases would mean less debt, more cash funding. Lower rate increases would mean more debt funding or more deferred capital. So it becomes a level of service discussion. And this is just our first scenario that we wanted to show the council. It's preliminary at this stage in the game, and I'd be happy to generate more in the future for the city's review. But with that, I'll go to the next.
Oh, can I ask a question before
Yes,
we go to
ma'am.
the next section? And it might be more for staff. I think with our enterprise funds with water, some of it we transfer over into general fund though. So can you just explain if we have a quote unquote excess to transfer over to general fund, why can't it stay in the enterprise fund to help bring down what we're borrowing in debt? Okay, I don't know if anybody's here to answer that, but that is something I would, and I know we don't have to make the decision on this now, but I would like to know that when we do go set the rates during budget time.
So there's two primary transfers to the general fund. One is the general fund admin fee, which is paying
The
a
employee-
distributed cost of the administration of the city that the
For
utility
the
pays.
water department.
Yeah, so the
That
support
makes
we
sense.
get from HR, purchasing, finance.
Okay.
The other is a rate of return on the utility itself. So some communities, that's a payment in lieu of taxes. Some communities do it different ways. It's coming out of the cash funding balance of the fund, so it's not quote unquote generated by the rates, but does come out of the reserves. But it is a value, I believe it's 7% of the prior year revenues calculated annually by the finance department.
Okay. And then it is possible that, so when we're seeing projections of potentially going in debt, 132 million, that we could potentially get grants or apply for certain things to bring that down?
Yes, we'll be applying for grants during this.
Okay, but that would be worst case scenario?
Yeah, now the good thing about debt is we're spreading that cost over 15 years. So
Correct.
these projects are very long, large projects. So if you were to pay them in cash, for instance, any river force main project was nearly $10 million. If that was cash funded as opposed to a 15, 20-year loan,
Okay.
those ratepayers pay a 25% increase in year one. So the good thing is we just retired a very large debt for the Blue Heron plant. So we do have coverage. As Peter mentioned, our debt service coverage next year is 11, means we have 11 times the revenue left over to pay our debt.
Okay.
And we kept that up throughout the system. But yes, these are rate projections, and because we can't count on grants in the future, we did limit our future revenues into debt, operating reserves, and the impact fees for about a limited period, assuming that the growth will tail off at the end of this period.
Okay, and then my last question, this is kind of for the benefit of, Jolene will remember this, some that are new won't. And this is not fair to ask because you're new this year, but when I first got on, a little over 8 years ago, we had a different person here giving us projections, and it was, oh, you'll increase 3% this year, but then next year we'll go down to 2% and you'll have a 1%, and it's like, okay, you're selling us, okay, we'll do it now, and then next year consultant would come in and they'd say, oh, same thing. And so we never have gone down that I can recall. And so I see that this one's relatively, I could understand 5%. It's not a huge increase. I understand costs are going up. I am getting nervous as I looked at the other increases that I'm having some trust issues believing that they will taper down. So I don't know if you can speak to that as we go through. After going on my 9th year and seeing these year after year with hopes that they would go down, something always seems to come up. We had COVID or this happened, and it's hard for me. I can understand the 5%, but when we're talking about the other two having a jump that high, I don't know if you've looked at the history of the other proposals that we received. It does make me a little bit nervous looking at those numbers. And I don't know, I see the jump, I think it's 18.5%. I don't know how much we raised stormwater. I understand it's a lower cost. So it won't be that significant, but it's still a high percentage number. And then seeing the 8% going into solid waste, when you get to that portion, try to make me feel better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Stokel. And, the principles of time value of money will tell you that a dollar today is not the same as a dollar tomorrow, and that costs will always continue to rise. But the question is, how do we plan for the future going forward. And I know we interrupted this nice gentleman's presentation, but my question is as you look at, you know, $210 million in capital needs and a big chunk coming in 2028, what do you anticipate those specific projects to be?
I'd have to defer to
Mr. Cook on that. So we have a lot of mandates from the state that are coming through to have, I'll give an instance, by 2030, we no longer have the use of surface water at the Blue Heron for discharging reclaim. So that means we have a storage improvement system required. We have the potential for ASR wells to come online. Just to give some ideas of what's out there, we are planning some brackish water studies to look at changing our water source in the future. Those all have very large dollar figures attached to them. The expansion of septic to sewer over the 10-year window to meet state needs is also a very big ticket. And I can actually give out, we have specific needs at each plant and each part of the utility spread out over this 10-year period. Just kind of giving you some of the high points. And next year, we are proposing the replacement of multiple lift stations that are due up for replacement and the filters of Blue Heron. That's a $3 million project by itself. The lift stations will push nearly 10 on both of them. So just to give you an idea.
Thank you. I was just curious because, you know, you see that big price tag and you're like, well, what are we getting for it? So, Member Moscoso.
Yeah, to be honest, this feels like something that recently passed in Congress, where we even had a Congress member say, I didn't know that was in there. And they voted on it and it went through. This is no fault of yours, but most of our council members haven't seen this until right now. I'm a little nervous to vote on it, not even having the background information that Kevin said, like our mayor said. What are we getting? I didn't know we were $4.8 million net loss. I don't know if anybody else knew that. I had no clue. So I kind of would love to have more information. If we're going to have to raise rates, tell me why. What do we need? I think that's really important. I don't think it's fair to our residents or to us to put this in front of us without really having the time. Now, I know that we have to get this out. I know that we can set the rate, and then during the hearing process, we can lower the rate. But I think we just need to do our due diligence. And I mean, this is my first year on council, so I'm trying to do my best to understand these things as well. But these are some big increases. I mean, and yes, it might say $2 for stormwater, but that's an 18% increase. And if you compare our city compared to other cities for stormwater, we have a really high fee for stormwater. And so if we're gonna have to, if we need that money, we need to be able to tell the residents, this is where it's going. And I don't know if anyone in council can actually say, these are the projects that it's going for. This is why we are raising the rates. And so those are the things I feel like we need to be prepared with. For me personally, I can't speak for the council to move forward.
Member Nelson.
At one point, Kevin did give us a list of projects that needed to be done. I don't believe you were on council at that point. It was a while back, but it was a whole list of these are the projects that need to be done. And I remember we talked about it and we said, well, this is what it would cost if we did 100% of the projects. This is what it would cost if we did 70%. So maybe if Kevin could email us that information, that would be helpful. Because I had the same question. You know, if we're raising the rates, what are we raising them for? And I can't tell you right now what they were. But I remember Kevin talking about it and giving us a list.
Yeah, and just to help, so normally you would not see this presentation until the budget hearings. The budget workshop would have been, in the past, the first introduction to water sewer rates. So we're actually about a month ahead of schedule from our normal scheduling. And you would have had the proposed budget in front of you at that point. And you will have the proposed budget in the next couple of weeks, I believe.
We actually are, as Kevin said, we're a month ahead, which is why we're scrambling now to get this information to you. Normally, we don't do this until August, so you'll have a month to review this, and then at the workshop, another opportunity.
But I mean, these rates have to go out soon, right? Or
But they are not final rates.
they're not, I know, but we
They're
can lower them
Worst case
once,
scenario type rates.
I know, but do our residents, I mean, our residents are gonna see the increase and then wonder why. I mean, if I got my bill and I would just say, why are we,
Yeah,
that's the thing you constantly see. We have the highest, people always say we have the highest water bills, all of these things. And so I just feel like I know this isn't the final say. I'm not sure how the process always works, but for me, as much information as I can get is always helpful.
I understand.
And for reference, the prior year adopted budget does show the 5-year projections for all the utilities. So there is a capital plan in the current year budget that shows the 4 out years for the water sewer. We do not have a published 10-year capital plan because that's not how we budget. But the proposed you will get will show the 26 and the next 4. When you get that book, it will show all the next 5-year cycle. We extended that to a 10-year cycle for this rate study. And we don't have to fix the rates on water sewer. We simply have to be able to notice the residents of a rate increase and a date time for a public hearing in September. It takes us about a month, so we don't have to get that one fixed tonight. It could wait for the budget hearing. It's just if you're comfortable with 5% being the top of it, we would get that out to customer service to get that ready for the bills. The only one that is fixed at this point is a max would be stormwater because it does have an assessment notice requirement forthcoming. And just a little bit for Sarah on it, Ms. Stokel, it's not Peter's fault that the rates changed.
I know.
I generated the 10-year CIP projections to let you know the utility has a lot of needs that do stretch out. I did shift that around and lower it. Could have actually been higher had we funded everything that we wanted to during that 10 years. But there are a lot of project needs out there on top of, aging infrastructure is a big item. We have a lot of needs in the water sewer utility. And I did last year's projections were 8% on water and 3.75 on sewer. So the blended is probably coming in below that.
Okay.
Did you have something else?
Yes, just to clarify, so we're all on the same page, what I'm hearing is, I think this is a good information regarding our water and solid waste. We don't have to vote on anything tonight with those because we are early. My question would be, are we able to table the stormwater to next meeting to get more information, or is that time sensitive that you're needing a vote tonight?
So the letters have to be mailed into the people 20 days before the public hearing. The public hearing is set for August 26th. It takes me about 2 weeks to do the mail merge and get 25,000 letters mailed out. So I think it would be feasible, but it would be tough.
Okay, so ideally, if we can get enough information tonight, you would like a stormwater?
Yes.
Okay, motion.
If possible. But
If
I think
possible.
it would be feasible if we have to table, but it would be cutting it close.
Okay. I guess, yeah, well, sorry, Peter. Because we
No,
can
no
hear more
problem.
information. And then if we have questions, I feel like we'll have ample time to get our questions answered for solid waste and water. And then maybe just as we're going through, if we need more information regarding projects and where the money would go to, history of the rate for the stormwater, maybe we can make a decision. So, okay.
Anything else from council? Are we going to let Mr. Peter finish his presentation?
It's okay. No, it's all a very important discussion, and I should have kind of stressed the point that this is informational, this first part. We're not, telling you what to do. At the beginning, with water and sewer and solid waste especially, look at it as more of an informational dump on what we've worked on so far, but our work is still in progress. Okay. It may have. There it is. Okay, so the next slide here has 2 tables, and basically what these tables do, it summarizes the actual impact to the average bill for water and sewer rates. We used 5,000 gallons as the average usage on the volume side. So there, in the top table, there's a fixed component and a volumetric component for water rates. In 2025, the average payer pays about $30 per month. With a 5% increase, that would go to about $32 per month. So that's a monthly change of about $1.54, an annual change of about $18. On the sewer side, the 5% increase would translate to about a $3 monthly impact and a $37 annual impact. So the combined would be about a round up to $5 monthly impact and about a $56 annual impact if the council decided to adopt that 5% increase for water and sewer rates. And then just one thing I did want to point out that goes back to Ms. Stokel's point a little bit. There's an index. It's the CPI Water and Sewerage Index. It's the organization that basically tracks the inflation for water and sewer related costs around the country. And over the last 10 years, it's averaged, I think, a little bit over 5%. So on average, throughout the country, people see similar increases for water and sewer rates because the costs always trend upwards. So this next slide here shows the survey of where an average resident or ratepayer in Titusville, where they are currently in 2025, and that's on the left-hand side there. So towards the end, with the combined water and sewer bill, and then with the 5% increase, moves up a few spots, but still under the average, which is represented by that black line across the survey. And then what this doesn't take into account is that most of these are 2025 rates for all these utilities, and the 2026 or the proposed rate for Titusville is the only one that's in 2026. I know a lot of these utilities have annual rate increases. We work with Cocoa and Palm Bay. They have about 4% or so, 4 to 5% increases themselves. So all the rates would be shifting up, and most likely probably keep the same position in the survey. So next is the solid waste analysis. There's a similar slide here that just summarizes the observations and key inputs. The 2025 revenues for the solid waste fund are about $7 million. The operating expenses, so the annually recurring stuff, is about $5.5 million. Then you add in the transfers of about $1.2 million and some minor debt service lease payments of about $500,000, and it pretty much breaks even in 2025 with the revenues covering the expenses. So not a whole lot of room there, though, for additional capital and debt-related expenses. There is a vehicle replacement schedule that has about $9 million of identified vehicle replacement needs over a 10-year period. So that's the big driver on the solid waste side, is replacing those vehicles. And then we did assume that the city would continue to use that lease payment structure for those vehicles. So this is the same panel screenshot, but for the financial model for the solid waste fund. Similar dynamics at the top in those first two rows. It shows the active rate increase scenario that we have plugged in. So currently what we have working in the solid waste model is 8% increases over a 3-year period beginning next year. And then followed by 3% more, going down to a more annual inflation representative type increase. Those 8% do two things. They provide the necessary funding for that capital and vehicle replacement schedule that has been identified. But also what we've input into the model is scaling up the fund to have its own reserve balance, similar to the utility fund. All utility funds, it's recommended and suggested by the different national agencies that they have some kind of working capital or reserve balance for unforeseen circumstances, equipment failure, liquidity purposes. So that's kind of scaling up to a 2 months reserve balance in that fund. So this survey shows where Titusville currently is with your combined solid waste, so garbage, monthly garbage and recycling fees. It's about $17, $18, and then the 8% increase would get you to $19, so it would move you up 1 spot
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you mentioned if you worked with Melbourne or not, but why are they so much lower? Like, it's not even just like a little bit, it's like significant.
I'm unsure of that. I don't know. Mr. Cook,
Yeah, most of these are going to be time when they renew their waste management or waste pro contracts. And then depending on how those communities are set up, some may benefit residents by putting more on the commercial burden from the contracts, but the bulk of them will time into when waste management or waste pro gets a new contract, which is normally a 10-year cycle. They usually see significant rate increases at that point.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So this table here shows the impact on the average rate or monthly rate for, and again, with the survey, it's going from $17.80 to $19.23. That's a monthly change of $1.43 and an annual change of $17. And then finally, the stormwater analysis. So the Stormwater Enterprise Fund is supported by stormwater rates, which, as previously pointed out, it's an annual assessment rate, so it appears on the property tax bill, which is a common method of funding stormwater programs around the state. The current observations for the Stormwater Fund, it generates approximately $4 million in revenue, the vast majority of that coming from the assessment program. There's about $3 million of operating expenses, transfers of $500,000, debt service of $500,000. So when you take the revenue over those identified expenses, there's about none left over. It's a break-even net income. There is a CIP program for the Stormwater Fund that it includes recommendations, I believe, from a master plan, and some other various items that the Stormwater Fund needs to fund. So that's really the driver in this situation too, is capital and funding that capital program. If there were no capital needs for stormwater and there were no capital projects identified, currently the fund supports its operating with the revenues. So there wouldn't need to be an adjustment on revenues. The operating expenses do increase annually, so the only adjustment you would need would be to cover that inflation. But because the Stormwater Fund doesn't have sufficient funding to cover the capital needs currently, that's what's driving that rate increase in the scenario that I'm about to show you. So this is the panel screenshot from the stormwater analysis. It has a 17.59% increase in 2026, and that's so specific because we targeted a dollar amount increase to the annual bill. So it's a $24 increase to the annual bill, which works out to $2 a month. And the CIP that's executed, so out of that CIP plan that we were given, that increase restricted the city to only fund about 40% of that CIP that was identified. So that increase will achieve a 40% funding of the CIP up front. And then we have a recommended rate plan of 2 years of 10%, 2 years of 6%, so scaling down, and then 3% in those out years. That allows you to get to a level where you can fund 100% of the identified capital projects for stormwater, and also build up a minor reserve balance of about 2 months of reserve for unforeseen circumstances. And stormwater funds typically also have an impact from natural disasters, hurricanes. There's expenses related to those events that could be burdened by the stormwater fund. The CIP is summarized in this bottom 3 graphs, by the way, and you can see in that first year there actually is a lot of capital in the stormwater fund, but it is all being funded through grants. So none of the stormwater's revenues are going towards funding those projects. What the city can achieve in future grants will offset the impact or the need for these rate increases. So if certain grants are achieved and granted, that can go towards lowering these future increases. So they're not, it's not set in stone that they're necessary at this point, but if you were to cash fund the whole capital plan, that's the rate increase plan that we're recommending. And again, the council's being asked to consider this upcoming year and this upcoming year only. You're not setting a 10-year rate increase plan. This is just for informational purposes. So the next slide here shows the stormwater rates and the annual residential rate for property owners in the city. Currently in the green, so right in the middle there at $136, and then you'd be increasing to $160, which is in the orange there. So moving up a few spots. This is another, as with all utility rates in the state of Florida and in the region, most other places are also considering rate increases this upcoming year. So stormwater funds are and I can speak to why Melbourne is so low and some of the other ones with stormwater, is that the level of service and the amount of funding support from general funds still varies pretty widely around the state. So historically, stormwater funds used to just be in the Public Works Department in the general fund, funded through property taxes. And then over time, more and more cities have broken them out and provided a secure funding for them through an assessment program. But a lot of cities are kind of still in between, where, you know, they have a rate that might be very low and it funds about half of what they need, and then the property taxes kick in the rest. So that's how they kind of cover that gap. And more cities are going towards a self-sufficient stormwater fund that has an annual revenue stream that can support operations and capital. So that's something that isn't, you know, we don't delve into it any deeper than just reporting the rates in the survey, but a lot of these communities, you know, it's how much they're funding with their stormwater program could be vastly different than what the city is currently looking to fund. And then finally, the rate chart here that shows it broken out between monthly and annual, and it's $2 monthly and $24 annual for stormwater ratepayers. And then our last chart here just summarizes if council decided to go forward with these recommended rate increases across the three funds, what they would add up for a total monthly impact across all three funds. For the average customer in the city, it would be about $8.13 a month. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any more questions the council may have.
Member Moscoso?
You might not have this, but Kevin, do you know what the rate increase was last year per month?
Dollar amount or
Yeah,
percentage?
dollar amount.
I can work it out. Sorry. I have the percentages on the chart, but I don't have the dollar.
So I do want to point out, and my number might be incorrect, but I just did a quick search. But in Titusville, 1 in 10 of our residents already live under the poverty line. And so they're already not making it. I understand that we have things that, you know, that have to be funded. I totally get that, but I think that we have to remember there are already people that aren't making it, and then every year we are raising things. This might be an idea I should keep in my head, but Kevin, is there a way, as I'm out and about, I often have, I meet employees and they say, hey, they literally will say, we've got so many vehicles, or we've got this, we could cut this, or this needs to be fixed, or if we had just fixed this, we would have saved money here. I don't oversee our employees. So I'm very careful with how I do that, but I often get people say, if we hadn't let that go, we wouldn't have to pay $200,000 for this. And so those are concerns. I know that it's a little too late right now, but perhaps we could put it out to an employees and have like an anonymous survey where we could say, how could you cut costs? What do you see where we're overspending? Because we don't see the day-to-day operations, but they often come to me and tell me, I've even had someone give me a vehicle number, like I'm supposed to track it and say, follow where this person's going. Why does this person need an $80,000 vehicle? That's not my job. You know, that's not our job to do it. But my first job was at Publix. I was 15, and they paid something like $75 to a person if you had a good idea and you saved the company money. And it was just a really cool program. And so people were always coming up with ideas. Now, perhaps we could do something in the next year. I know it'd be a little bit of work, but if employees had ways or they saw things that we could possibly cut back, that we wouldn't have to be in this position where we're consistently raising rates. I understand right now it looks like from what we're seeing, there's not another option, but I would love to be proactive about it in the upcoming year and possibly use our employees who know what's going on and where money's going to give us some of those ideas of what we could do in the future.
Yeah, we can always do that. That we've done in the past. We can revisit that.
Member Stokel.
Yeah. No, I kind of tend to agree. I think that, especially with what's happening at the state right now, I think it would be very proactive of us to start thinking in terms of that. And I don't know what our percentage is right now with stormwater, but I do like the idea of us compartmentalizing and saying, you know, it's not coming out of general fund. We can say, hey, this stormwater fee that you're paying annually is going directly to this, this, and this, because I mean, you guys know I like to post controversial items on Facebook as well, and I posted one about property taxes, wanting to know what people think about it, because I do think that will be on the ballot, and all types of ideas and people saying, but a consistent theme is, I think that people just don't know where their money's going, and so the best way that we can try to track that and show, hey, we have to raise rates, or this is increasing, but this is what you're getting, and that was one of my questions I had on here that I think that probably staff may get frustrated with from their perspective is we as council, we set goals, and I've said it numerous times, stormwater is very important to me, and I think it's important to us as council. So I think it can make it hard for staff to say, well, you council are saying stormwater is important to you, the lagoon's important to you. We want to make sure our residents aren't flooding, but then you're not giving us the tools to make that happen. I think that's happened in years past with councils where they never raised rates, and then I think we've felt some of it where we have to fix a bunch of infrastructure all at once because they didn't do that. So I think there needs to be an appropriate balance. My hope would be that trust would increase and citizens would be much more open the more we're transparent and we're showing exactly where, yes, this is happening, but this is what we're getting because of it. And I know that this is important to you and there's certain things. So that was one of the things that I had written down. And then the other one was related to the solid waste. Do we know what or how, like the county, for instance, or city of Cocoa, how do they bill their residents for solid waste? Is it a part of their water bill or is it a separate bill? And we may not know that.
The county's assessment.
Okay. Annual assessment?
Yeah.
It
Yeah, they
is?
do,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we know about any of the other municipalities?
I believe Cocoa Palm Bay are on their bills along with Melbourne.
Okay.
We did do, Mr. Reese had asked us to look at the potential moving solid waste to an assessment.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I think we have, and we can provide where we did some research on
Yeah.
other communities.
And I think it was going to be more expensive, if I remember right, to do that. And the reason I'm bringing it up is going back to that transparency component, because we do hear Titusville's water bills are so high, but I don't think a lot of residents know that when you're getting your water bill, it's also sewer, it's also solid waste, it's also recycling. So when you're comparing it to somebody that lives in the unincorporated area, of course it's going to look higher. I mean, we did talk about that in previous council, and I remember talking to our city manager at that time, and it was going to be more expensive, and I just didn't feel good about doing that. I'd rather do more marketing and more educational to let residents know that versus spending more taxpayer dollars. So, and then I think the mayor kind of brought up this point with when you see the cost, a lot of these municipalities will use Waste Management or Waste Pro, and that's something I am thankful for at this time that we have our own in-house, because once you make that shift over, you are kind of subject to what rates they have, and it would be nearly impossible to go back and purchase all of that again. So I think we have a little bit more control to make sure our rates don't go up high. So I think that's all I had.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cole.
I want to pursue something that Member Moscoso said, and that is the ideas from the employees. And I'm not sure how it would be managed, but I remember back 100 years ago when I was in the military, if you made a suggestion that made your efficiency better, let's just say for an example, your suggestion saved $100 a year, whatever it saved, you got half of it. So that's the incentive for people to do it. I'm just saying that that's the way we did it then. But I think that that's a great idea because those people are on the ground. They know what's happening day to day. You know, there's no way for someone at a higher level can understand all the intricacies of the things that they do and the things that would make their job easier.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cole. City Manager?
We did have a program about 15 years ago to do that. We actually had an evaluation committee, and people would put in suggestions, and actually they would get a percentage of what was like 5% or something. If they found $1,000 savings, they would get, X number of dollars. It was pretty effective the first year or two, and then people were starting to embellish the savings, and then it was disestablished. But maybe it's time to revise that with a little more internal controls.
Yeah,
Member Nelson?
I like the idea. So, yeah, I'd be interested in us trying it.
Yeah, I can dig up the files on that, and we can develop better internal controls and evaluation processes.
But I'm also curious, I understand Orlando went way up on their stormwater rates. Can you tell us about that?
No, I'm sorry. I can't tell you too much about it, just that I'm aware of that. I didn't work with Orlando on that. But it's happening around the state. There's a lot of master plans that are being completed, and they show huge needs for infrastructure investment to deal with flooding, water quality, and stormwater is an effective funding mechanism for that. I work with Fort Lauderdale. They're taking out $250 million in bonds supported by their stormwater revenue to address their stormwater needs in the city. It's a very hot topic issue around the state, and so there's a lot. The stormwater fees kind of eased their way into public acceptance at first, and get people getting familiar with paying for it on an annual basis on their property tax bill and seeing it broken out, because in the past it never was, and now those fees are getting ramped up to actually cover what the true cost of dealing with those infrastructure needs are.
Okay. It might be worthwhile to have our PIO do some public information to let people know this is what we're paying for. These are the projects we're working on. This is why we're doing. I think it'd be very helpful for people to, if they understood that we're talking about our infrastructure, we're talking about our river, because those are the things that people care about.
Yes, to Member Nelson's point, I hear on a regular basis, fix your infrastructure. Well, you can't fix your infrastructure without money. Right. So, and things are costing more and more every day. So, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul if you kick the can down the road a little bit in these ways. But thank you guys for your time. Council, do you guys want to make a motion to table, to accept the rates? Member Nelson.
My motion would be to accept the rates as set out. For stormwater, water and sewer, and solid waste. Because when we get to the budget, we can tweak them to tweak what we need.
I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. City Clerk, is there any cards on the matter? All right, any further council discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry for being tough on you. Before we get into our next item, I'll ask Member Nelson to make a motion to extend our meeting.
Ooh. Okay, move to extend to 11 p.m.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you. City Manager finalists. And I sent you an email earlier that Colin Basinger is under the weather with a medical procedure. We've been attempting to contact his associate out in Utah, and I don't know, you got him? If you need him, we can get him via phone, but it's up to council to determine the way forward.
Is that all you got? I'm used to you reading the summary. City clerk, any cards? All right, let's call the cards.
Tony Shiflow.
Chevolo Tropic Street. Selection of the city manager. After viewing videos of how Brian Bultus, I can't say his name, I called him Butthouse, conducts meetings in Claremont, badgering, interrupting, making small the citizens who deign to speak at public meetings,
Miss Tony,
he should have been.
Can I just give you a little piece of information? We got an email at 6:30 that he dropped out.
Oh, how
So
wonderful.
save that.
Oh, okay, because my whole speech was based on that. So I'm gonna skip.
Give you your time back.
Thank you. Saves me 2 minutes. Because I wanted to say, at least our former city manager merely ignored citizens' inquiries with silence in public meetings. He didn't belittle us, and he saved his harassment for private activities. So hiring a new city manager is an opportunity to change the negative direction our city has spiraled down into. A new manager who respects the citizens he serves is needed here to restore trust in our local government. So as you consider the other 4 candidates, I want to point out that there were at least 8 opportunities for citizens' input that I outlined in the search process. Not a one of them was addressed. Had there been an opportunity for citizen input, this guy would never have been in the process this far anyway. So in your selection, I urge you to consider a manager who will work for the citizens of Titusville, not the foreign developers who only want to profit from destruction of our land and our natural resources. Someone who will take growth with input from the citizens who live here. Thank you. And I'm glad he dropped that.
I think he knew that you were about ready to speak on him, and that's why he did it. Thank you. Yeah. City clerk.
The last card is Kathleen O'Rourke.
I did a shorter speech too. Excuse me, my knee is giving out. Before I say anything, I'm just going to give my admiration that you did such a good job sitting through a very long, detailed financial thing, which is hard. But
you didn't see me go to sleep.
you did really well, I have to say. I was losing it back there. But at any rate, I stayed because this was so important. And I will just change what I'm saying quite a bit. But I will restate, I am very disappointed that the citizen input in this process was minimal and not at all what was requested. And that's a problem you really have to fix. And that's why I was angry about the city attorney. It's why I'm angry about this. You need to include the citizens. We really care. We're here listening to the financial talk for all hours. Now, I do want to add a few thoughts. First of all, I was really concerned by the statement by the search firm that the role of a base commander is very similar to the city manager. And I am not anti-military by any means, but it's not the same. Because the basic underlying culture of a top-down command military structure does indeed involve giving orders, and it differs greatly from a civilian community structure where the city manager's actual supervisor is an elected body. And in the chain of command, the ultimate bosses here are the citizens of the community who elected these people. This model, which is central to a working government, does not fit the military model. So I wanted to say that. And I will just allude to our prior experiences with Scott Larice, who was unwilling to acknowledge or even look at citizens when they talked to them, and shows the fault in this logic. Quite simply, the role of the community hasn't been taken into account. Okay, so I have a whole lot about Mr. Boothus, who I can hardly pronounce, but I like your name. And I will just add one other thing. I do think it's important to know that our city manager will actually have the strength to follow through and instruct things. I find Mr. Body much easier to talk to, and I appreciate his respect. I did have a little concern, though, on the situation where Chief Lau was asked to come by Mr. Body to come to the city council meetings. You are his boss. He didn't come. What's going on there? We really need someone who's willing to take that step and follow. And there may have been things going on that I don't know, because, you know, you don't call me every night or tell me anything. But I want to state the importance of that we need a city manager that really is going to be able to follow up on things like that, because that is he's still not here. I haven't seen Chief Lau in a long time, and it was my understanding he was supposed to be here. Thank you, and thank you again for putting up with that very long talk.
Thank you very much. Are there any other cards, Clerk? Alrighty. Vice Mayor Cole.
Just to speak to the base commander role, I was a base commander, and the city manager is not a base commander.
I agree.
Okay? I'm just I'm letting you know that you were right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you were right sometimes, and I'll let you know that more.
Thank you.
All right. Member Stokel.
Yes. I can tell you how I want to move. I want to invite all 4 candidates. So that's how I do want to move forward. I will say I was disappointed in the amount that we were given. I don't know why some of them dropped out. I don't know. I did get a copy of all the resumes of the other ones that applied. I'm hopeful that we'll have a good candidate within those 4. I did talk to somebody that had withdrawn, and I think that was disappointing, I think, to see. I feel like, and I've said this before, I think today's meeting went really well, but I think that anybody watching our meetings, I'm hopeful that we can get a good candidate that will want to come into this environment and help move our city in a proactive way. But I think moving forward, we move forward with the 4. Hopefully we have a good candidate there. If not, we have some other candidates we can work with our consultant to try to get. But I think right now I would have liked to have had more to interview. But moving forward, this is what we have. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Now that we are down to 4, and unfortunately, I had to request this from the recruiter, so to everybody else, full disclosure, we got all of this information, 10 days ago? And it was only the information on the top 5. I had to specifically request all of the people that applied, and they finally sent that back, today? But I would hope, I know it's short notice, but I think it might be good to invite a 5th, just to have diversification, because who knows, somebody could drop out in the next week. Before they're coming. So again, we're putting a lot of work into doing this whole hiring process. I want to make sure that we have plenty of folks to evaluate. So that'd be my recommendation. I know, again, just kind of looking at the list, it's kind of hard to judge.
Yeah.
But and then of course getting 3 people to agree on who that 5th person will be might be tough. But again, that's also why I asked Jolyn to extend the meeting. All right, Member Nelson.
I take it back.
That was sneaky.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm with Sarah. I'd like to interview those 4. I know that the citizens will want to meet these people and form some opinions of them. For me, I'm looking for somebody who has a vision, who is willing to interact with the community, who is willing to use social media to get out information to our community. Because for me, I get sort of aggravated when people come up to me and go, "You haven't done anything for the river." And we have. And if we can't, as my dad would say, blow our own horn, who's going to blow it for us? Nobody. So, and the citizens need to know what's going on. The good, the bad, the ugly. If we have a sewer spill, they need to know. If if Sandy gets 4 grants for God knows how much that'll help the lagoon, people need to know that. So those are the kind of things that, as we're looking for a city manager, those are the kind of things that I'm looking for. And I think those are the kind of things that the citizens also want. I will say, in terms of city attorney, many years ago, I had a solicitor, an English solicitor, that worked for me for a year as a paralegal. And we got into a discussion one day, and I said, so what is the difference between a barrister and a solicitor? You know, barristers are the ones with the white wigs that you see on the TV shows. And she was a solicitor, and she said, the solicitors have brains and the barristers have mouths. And so you sort of want a cross between the two, because you want to have somebody that is able to take the bull by the horns if necessary, but who is also very thoughtful. So I think for me, that's what I'm looking for and hoping to find Saturday. So I would like to interview the top 4.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso.
Yeah, I would agree with the top 4. I think it has been, I felt like it's been kind of a frustrating process too, that we had to also email and ask for those candidates, and there was just a lot to it. I kind of wish that when, all these other cities were doing their city manager search, someone had recommended that I do it and I didn't do it, that I had gone and done a records request of those city managers that they didn't, or those applicants that they didn't, and then we could have possibly moved it a little bit faster. But, we can interview the 4, and then if we decide that's not going to work, then we can ask for more. But I do have a question for Mr. Bate, if you are comfortable answering this. You don't have to. Sorry, but in our charter, it says that our city manager has to live in the city. Are you willing to relocate?
I've already looked at places.
Have you? Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. I knew that you knew what our charter said. I just wanted to make
I
sure.
understand. That's the reason why I didn't accept the role in 2014. But my circumstances have changed, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Cole.
While I agree with the mayor that I would like to see 5 candidates, I reviewed 17 resumes today, and I didn't see anybody in that group that I would pick. So I'm not sure. But I feel that we should, if they promise us 5, we should have 5, even if 1 backs out. But I'm okay with 4, because after having reviewed the 17 that were sent to me today, I didn't see anything that popped.
All right, so with that, I think we all made our thoughts clear on the matter. Who wants to make a motion?
Move that we.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, who did that come from?
My apologies. This is Scott Grimm with Colin Vendiger and Associates.
How's it going? I thought that was God talking to me for a second.
Listen, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I did want everyone else to speak first. Wondering if I could take a moment. Is that all right?
Yeah.
You have till 11 o'clock.
No, less. Sorry, we're chatter between ourselves. Go ahead, Scott.
Firstly, I certainly appreciate everyone's comments this evening in regards to this search. I will say it has been a pleasure for me to be able to talk to dozens and dozens of individuals across the country in promoting Titusville. You certainly have a wonderful city, and there's a lot to promote. Now, I would like to comment on the current situation that we have of really only having 4 candidates to present to you. We did begin this search with very good intentions and relative success. We were initially looking at 12 candidates, 12 candidates that we interviewed and who were certainly qualified to be your next city manager. Unfortunately, we did lose a few. Initially, that's just so you're aware, that's very common. Good city managers don't stay unemployed very long. Now, that brought us down to about 9 candidates. Also, unfortunately, we did encounter kind of a mishap with scheduling. My understanding was that there was a scheduling problem with one member of the council, and so we were asked to change the dates for the interview. Now, we did change the dates to about a month later. During the last month, we lost 4 candidates, and then today we lost 5. Again, that's because good city managers don't stay unemployed very long. So unfortunately, we do only have 4 candidates. I am grateful to hear, and I hope that we're reaching a consensus that we're going to move forward with the events and interviews. Let me also say, we 100% stand by our agreement with you. If you are not satisfied, if you are not elated with someone during this next events and interviews, we absolutely will go back down. Our success is based on your success. And so if you're not happy, we'll go back out and we will do our best to find more candidates. I would like to emphasize, however, that among these 4 candidates, we stand fully behind them. They are good individuals. They are great managers. I'm excited for you to sit across the table from them and to hear their experience firsthand. I do believe that you will find great success in moving forward. And please know, we certainly apologize for not forwarding the other candidate resumes to you sooner. That was our full intention, and unfortunately, it did slip through the cracks. I do apologize for that. But we do have 4 great candidates, and I hope that you are excited to interview them and to see what they have to say.
Thank you, Scott. Member Stokoe?
Yes, thank you, Scott. I had a question. So and I don't know if you have this information. You're saying that it's common for people to withdraw because good city managers don't stay unemployed. But when I was going through the resumes, a lot of them are currently employed. Like, a lot of them aren't unemployed. So my question would be, for the ones that did withdraw, have you guys had conversations to ask them why they did withdraw so we could better understand? To me, I get some people will naturally maybe get hired on somewhere else. They applied in multiple cities, but to me, that's a significant amount of people that withdrew. And I feel like a lot of them were already a lot of them are already in positions. There was a couple, like when I'm looking at the list, I think there was 2 maybe that were unemployed, but the rest of them were currently working. So that I feel like would help me to better understand why we had so many withdraw.
Right, and that is a good question. Let me just say that the majority of the candidates that withdrew actually found other jobs. They may not be unemployed, but they may be actively looking. And so that's a reality. As I'm looking at my list that's in front of me right now, just going through some of these names, I can see some of my notes here that they did find other jobs as they were involved in other searches. We had a couple that just, 2 are coming to mind that did not give a reason other than it was just a personal choice. And of course, we did have someone who reconsidered a move to Florida.
Any other questions for Scott? All right, Scott, thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
All right, so refresh my memory. We were at a
Motion is to interview the 4 remaining candidates.
All right, and then, did I have a second? I have a second now. And we already called the cards on this, right? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, petitions and requests, non-agenda items. Yeah. Yeah. She knows the rules better than you do.
Yeah, she does.
All right, seeing none, on to mayor and council reports. I know it's kind of late, so I'm going to be kind of brief. First of all, I just want to give a big shout out to Tom and everybody that worked on Red, White, and Boom. It was amazing to watch firsthand how they completely uplifted, planned year in the making and moved the fireworks celebration from Chain of Lakes to Sandpoint Park. I thought it was a well-attended event and well worth the price of admission. In addition, a group reached out to me about trying to bring a disc golf course to Titusville, and they're actually looking at doing fundraising efforts to do that themselves. I'm encouraging them to do that on county parks, not city parks. And I think naturally it probably makes sense at a Chain of Lakes or a Fox Lake for something like that. So Jeff Davis is interested, and so we're going to kind of see how that goes. But if anything that might need to come before the city, I'll keep you updated. And then as we kind of, again, keep planning ahead, because oftentimes we find ourselves behind the 8 ball like we did this past year in the legislative session, I just would like to remind everybody that committees start October 6th for the Florida legislative session. And therefore, I would like to ask council to direct staff to put out an RFP for a lobbyist. It seems like the general consensus of council over the past 6 months was that we should hire a lobbyist to go after state appropriations. And I believe in conversations with Tom, he told me that it is a part of the 2026 budget. So with that being said, I think, we should begin that process so that, hopefully, let's say maybe the first meeting of September or the second meeting in August, we can put it as an agenda item for talk about priorities in terms of state appropriations, a good discussion for us. I think that would be a good fit, so that as we get through this RFP process, then we can have that conversation with whoever that may be to start filing bills on our behalf to get appropriations. Member Nelson.
We had discussed that. We've discussed it several times. So I would make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Anybody like to speak on it? Alrighty, and this is just to put out an RFP for a lobbyist for the city of Titusville, and discussion, Member Moscoso.
Sorry, just so the public also knows that I think Palm Bay has a lobbyist and they pay like $60,000 a year. So people have an idea of what the cost could be.
We've had a lobbyist for many years in the past.
Yeah, and I think the budgeted amendment amount, I believe, was about $35,000.
35,000 is what,
Yeah.
that's
so,
pretty much the standard.
Looking at keeping things, high intensity target, high rate of return, and yeah, we'll just kind of undergo that process. Member Skokel?
Yes, and just to clarify, this has been brought up several years. I've brought it up several times, and my hope would be, we have not asked for state appropriations. And to me, we had one particular year where I had talked to our state rep. It was the prime time and we did not do it. And so for me, my perspective is it will be well worth the money and what we can get back. So.
Absolutely, and I think with the current landscape that represents all of Brevard to Tallahassee, I think we'd be in a prime position to get something. So I appreciate, need a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And that's pretty much all I had, so thank you very much. Anybody else for council reports? Member Stokel.
Yes, 2 quick things. One, somebody had mentioned to me earlier this week, it's Tuesday, it feels like it's been a long week. And I'm going to look into it, but in case anybody else wanted to look into it, it's called Pictona at Holly Hill. And it was, I believe, a private-public partnership for a bunch of pickleball courts, recreation space. So as we're thinking about our land and things we're trying to consider for our youth, my plan is to look into it and see kind of what options, and obviously we can't talk outside of meetings, so I would invite, if anybody wants to look into it, Pictona at Holly Hill to see maybe some options for us. I'm going to try to dig into it a little bit. Did you want to say something on that before I go to my second item?
Well, Pictona is, first of all, amazing. And again, sometimes we take like an economically depressed area and we put a park on it, and that doesn't really bring up the value of the area. But I think we could start maybe a little smaller, because Pictona seems like pretty crazy. If we could develop maybe a public-private partnership with some of the non-used baseball field that is no longer a baseball field at Marina Park, I think that's prime location to develop more of a tourist-like a touristing trap. And I was thinking, like, I don't know, maybe have a private company build and operate a mini golf course, just something like that. But again, along those same lines.
Just, thinking creatively, thinking proactively, and I think they've already made their money back on whatever it was, just because of how successful it's been. And then my second item was...
Member Nelson has something.
Oh, sorry.
I was just jumping in.
Wasn't that what the guy was going to do over Whispering Hills?
Yeah, I think we had somebody proposing pickleball court that's come to council before. I'm not sure.
Somebody was going to put one in Arch Street too, right at 95. That was about a year ago.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That was
Okay.
right. So hopefully they're working on it. And then my second item is, as you know, we're meeting on Saturday to go over the 4 city attorneys. Again, I do wish we would have had more applications for that as well. And just talking to Mr. Stokes just in between our meetings, he did assure me if for some reason we don't find a candidate that we all feel confident about, I believe he's willing to stay on a little bit if okay. I'm saying
A little bit. No.
Yes,
Yes. I'm here for your benefit and whatever you need.
Yes, and if we did, and could potentially help with getting more applications in the future with his connections that he has. So hopefully, again, we find someone, but if we don't, it sounds like we could have him as not interim, but like sitting in and paying him hourly until we do find someone. So hopefully, I'm hoping for the best, but I did want to just share that.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Member Nelson.
After the last couple of months of meetings, I sort of was talking to Jim about the things that drove me crazy. And one of the things that came up was maybe first petitions and requests should be the people who live in Titusville. And over the months, I've had people come up to me and say, we want to listen to council meetings and we want to know what's going on in Titusville. We don't need people from Palm Bay coming up and screaming. We don't need people driving in from Texas to scream at us. We want to know what is going on here, because this is Titusville for Titusville citizens. So sat down and thought about what drives me crazy. Signs, and my understanding is that the signs are supposed to be on the back wall. You're not supposed to have them up here. Am I right?
You're talking about the signs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're supposed to be in the back so you don't obstruct anyone's in the front.
Yeah. So we're not enforcing that. But the other thing that drives me crazy is the people who are coming in to videotape, I'm assuming for social media. And so they're up at their podium, and then there's people wandering around taking pictures. So instead of listening to whoever's talking, I have all these people in my peripheral vision running around, and I'm paying attention to them and not who's talking. And to me, that's very disruptive. So my question to you guys is, what about advisability? To see what we could do to bring some decorum into our meetings. Would that be an appropriate way of saying it?
Yeah, I would say yes, and that's kind of what I was hoping to do at one of our prior meetings. So yes, I would be open to looking into what we can do to have more productive, effective meetings. Today was a great example, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Tonight was probably one of the best meetings I've had
It
in a long
has,
time.
yes.
Where I
Because
felt
we-
like we really thought through things, we had good citizen input, so.
Citizen input is great. I mean, I know that sometimes the citizens don't think that they impact us, but there are a lot of times they come up and they say, hey, did you think about this? Did you think about that? And they change my mind. But when it's a bunch of people running around disrupting the meetings, it's, you know, it's bad.
Yeah, and
So,
I agree.
As somebody who spends a lot of time diving into the rules of council, because I have the unfortunate duty sometimes of enforcing all the rules.
Yeah.
One recommendation I would make to make it a little easier is that cards be filled out for petitions and requests, just like they do at the county, because then it's not me going, all right, who's next? Like, we know who's next. But along that card, the city of Cocoa has it where if you're a city resident, you talk. If you own property owner,
Right.
if you're there to complain about your water bill, that's what it's there for. And so that they have very clear rules listed on that card when you sign up to speak. And on the back, it has the rules of decorum. So basically, you're attesting to following the rules. And I think that would put it, because folks that come here, maybe it's their first time, don't know all the rules, you know, and I think if you're getting up for petitions and requests, you might not be 100% familiar with all the ins and outs. So if we had, you know, people, you know, understanding the rules as they came up, that might make it a little easier. And then to your point, then we'd be hearing from the citizens of Titusville.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's just up to you in terms of, you know, whatever motion you want to make in terms of maybe advisability, or if there's specific changes in the rules of council you'd like to see. But I'm definitely all ears. Vice Mayor Cole.
I totally agree with everything everyone has said. And, you know, if I would love, back in November or prior to the last election, I sent a letter to the city attorney, which we just kind of held on to, saying that we should restrict the petitions and requests to people that either resided in Titusville or had property in Titusville. Now, that I was told was not something we wanted to do, but I agree that maybe if we say the first petitions and requests, we make it for our citizens.
Yeah.
The second petition and request, if people want to come in and complain about anything, they can, but we give our citizens a chance to speak first, and then go home. If somebody comes in from outside and wants to speak, then they speak at the end of the meeting. So they have to sit through presentations and everything else. And if what they want to say is so important that they're willing to wait until 11 o'clock to speak, let them
So be
speak.
it.
I don't think that there's any law that prohibits us from making a motion to do that.
So,
Yeah. And we're not prohibiting anybody from speaking.
No.
We're just saying that Titusville residents and people that own property in Titusville can speak at the first petitions and requests.
There's two other carve-outs for that, is people that don't live in the city that pay water, but they'd have to be speaking specifically about their water bill, or non-city residents who are employees that want to gripe about employment. So those would be the only two
Okay,
caveats, but.
Yeah, that's fine.
Member
Yeah.
Moscoso, did you have something?
Yeah, I would agree about the signs. I think we need to enforce that. Like that, I'm totally comfortable with. I think people can have signs. I mean, they're able to hold them up as long as it's not obstructing. So I do think people can hold signs as long as they're not holding them up, walking around, and they can be in the back. From my understanding, yeah, I'd be okay with looking for advisability. So that would be okay with me if we want to do that. So.
I guess my point is the advisability, we're going to let somebody else tell us what we should do. I think that's our decision to make.
I think it's our decision to make, but I would like to know what Cocoa does. what
Right,
Bomb
that's
Bay-
what I was going to
some
say.
of the
Okay, I'm good
other
with that.
And I'd
Yeah.
like to also speak to Mr. Stokes and get his thoughts on it as well.
I'm going to have to time out the discussion. I need another motion.
Oh, God.
It's all because of
Another
Joanne.
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
I have a motion to
11:15.
extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
You know, I'm an old man. I got to go home and go to bed. Come on,
You and me
guys.
both.
I know.
All right, Member Nelson, would you like to make the motion?
So I would like to get advisability on what we can do to make our meetings more efficient, less disruptive,
Prioritize residents.
Titusville residents, for at least the first petition's request, so that they have the ability to speak and get their business done.
I second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further council discussion?
I just wanted to make part of that, what I heard was, and if staff could look into anything that other cities are doing regarding disruptions, whether that's people wandering around during the meeting, whether it's holding signs at the front blocking the views, what are some options there for us?
Okay.
Jim, is that clear enough? Or am I?
No, that's clear, and we definitely can come up with some best practices that are commonly used.
Yeah.
and
Okay.
absolutely.
Could we also add to that, and this is very niche, but one time we had a developer come up and put microphones. And I just felt that was a little strange, and so at least possibly if that's happening, we would be informed of what's going on.
Thank you.
It was just a little weird.
Thank you for that,
I mean,
yes.
It's kind of
yeah.
like people recording on Facebook. It's a public meeting and anything's recorded at any and all times. Oh, I get it.
I remember this distinctively, and one person didn't tell us about it, and I was like, what the heck is this? Another person did ask, and then I told that person, I said, only bring it up during that agenda item. I didn't want it up here the entire time. I was very intrusive, but I think just having a standard rule, if a court reporter's coming in, to make sure that we're informed and that we know about it, and it's only on that agenda item, would be helpful.
Yeah, just assume you're on the record all the time. But there was a motion and a second. I was getting ready to call the public. Yes, you can come up.
Tropic Street. I'd like to just point out who these people are that have been out walking around. It's people who have not gotten any kind of satisfaction. The mother who's waiting still to get the unedited video of her son's murder.
No, she has 3 minutes.
Stan Johnston, who has for years, all the years I've been coming, wanting to find out about that 2012, and wasn't it 2012, the $70,000 study that he can't get a copy of. He's the one who brings signs. You're talking about a couple of specific things. Perhaps you're speaking about the redhead who comes up from Port St. John, but she has a business here in this town, so you can't restrict it to just people who own property. What about the renters? What about the people who own a business here but live in Port St. John or in Mims? Someone like Laura Lee Thompson, for instance. You're not going to let her speak at the first time if she had something she wanted to present? I think it's censorship, and I really object to it. I study the agenda, probably more so than many of you. Did you know it was 1,001 pages this time? I note that. I know it's a lot for you, especially if you have other jobs. I have other jobs too, but I take time to be informed about what's going on. And unfortunately, let me say this, I only get up and speak about things that relate to my community. And unfortunately, there's always 3 or 4, maybe sometimes 5 things on the agenda that relate specifically to my community. And I'm talking about West Titusville, Canaveral Heights, we wanted to have it called, but I gave up on that. I just think this is a wrong thing for you to do. I really do. I'm turning in a card. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It was a non-agenda item. I was going to make sure everybody got an opportunity. Anybody else like to?
Let me answer
Okay.
something.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Tony, we didn't say we weren't going to let people speak. We said the first petitions and requests would be people that live in Titusville or people who own businesses in Titusville, okay? The second petitions and requests, if somebody came here from California, they could speak. That is completely open, so we're not restricting it.
Tony, we're not getting back and forth. Well, this will come up again. It was just advisability, and that's not even what's initially going into it.
Yeah.
Because council asked for advisability, staff can come back with who knows what recommendation.
Yeah.
All right, they might make a recommendation that you get to tar and feather me at every meeting and make it more painful or painless, right? So I don't know what's gonna happen, but that's just the advisability piece. Thank you. All right. Any further council discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Nelson, Member Nelson, did you have anything else?
Not unless you want me to make a motion to adjourn.
I believe we have, all right, well, hold on. We got to get to Mr. Abate and,
City Manager's report.
yeah.
2 informational items. I already, beginning of the meeting, introduced Attorney Stokes. And the other info item is on the SHIP annual report for your reading pleasure. Also, I just wanted to apologize for not getting out that great presentation. We're trying to be more proactive this year, being a month ahead of time. Obviously, it didn't have the intended consequences, but at least now you'll have it for another month to read. Also, on a good note, the city manager's budget is done, and it is the lowest millage in 17 years, 6.3 mils. It is 1.7% above rollback. It would have been rollback, the only city in the county at rollback. However, we had a little incident with a fire truck getting hit by a car, which cost us $900,000. Otherwise, we would have been at rollback. And you'll be getting it on July 22nd, at which time it becomes your budget. And then you'll have the opportunity in August at a budget workshop to, tear it apart and make whatever alterations council sees fit. So we're excited about, budget is done. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'm assuming Mr. Stokes does not have a report.
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. With that being said, I will ask Member Nelson to make her favorite motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.